What if love was a curse wrapped in silk, with the power to unravel the very fabric of existence? Daphne stood in the moonlight, heart racing, as shadows twisted around her, a fine mist clinging to her skin, a phantom whisper beckoning her deeper into the night. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, the air crackling with electricity and secrets unspoken. She was not just a maiden, she was the storm, the flame, the danger lurking behind a smile. And then there was Apollo, the sun incarnate, a god wrapped in human flesh, whose very presence ignited the kind of wildfire that could consume galaxies. Their eyes met, and that split second turned into an eternity, a time warp where fate danced on the razor's edge of desire and destruction. Did he know? Did he feel the weight of their worlds colliding? He was the spark, and she, the powder keg. Something dark and ancient writhed between them, an unnamable force demanding reckoning. But would it be love that shattered them? Or something far more perilous? The night was alive with the sounds of destiny, ominous crows cawed from the trees, as if foretelling doom, while the moon, that silent observer, hung heavy with secrets. They called her the Maiden of the Woods, but in the shadows, whispers spun tales of betrayal, of bloodlines entwined in dark pacts. Rumors flickered through the town like a mischievous flame. Daphne was not simply a girl, she was the key to a prophecy that could either save or annihilate them all. And Apollo? Oh, he was no simple god. Every smile held a dagger, every laugh was a seduction laced with poison. His family had their own desires, ancient grudges woven into the tapestry of their existence, pressing down like a lead weight on his heart. Could love transcend lineage, or would it ensnare them in a web spun from the very legends that haunted their nights? As the clock ticked ominously somewhere in the distance, Daphne felt the pull of inevitability, a magnetic force that drew her closer to Apollo while simultaneously pushing her toward the abyss. What would they sacrifice for a love destined to ignite whispers of war? Would they become the heralds of a new era, or mere pawns in a game played by gods long forgotten? The stakes were rising, and time was an enemy. With each passing moment, the world around them throbbed with an energy that begged for release, a tension so thick it threatened to strangle reason itself. The question loomed larger than life: how far would they go to escape the shackles of fate? Daphne and Apollo, two souls tethered to a destiny teetering on the edge of chaos. The clock was ticking. The shadows were watching. And the ancient manuscript hidden in the depths of the forest whispered truths that could change everything. Would they seize their fate or become mere echoes in the annals of time? The answer lurked just out of reach, a riddle wrapped in flame. And the night was still young. The sky crackled, a symphony of wrath echoing through the jagged rocks of Olympus. Thunder rumbled like the growls of ancient beasts, foretelling a violence that danced in the air, thick and palpable. A storm was brewing, but it was not mere weather, it was the birth of chaos, the genesis of the gods themselves. I stood there, heart pounding, breath quickening, as if the very cosmos held its breath. In the shadows, I saw her, Gaia, the primordial earth, cradling the weight of existence in her arms. Her skin glistened with the dew of creation, but her eyes reflected despair, a deep, haunting sorrow that gripped my throat. I remember, she whispered, her voice a soft tremor, when the world was nothing but void, when silence reigned, and I was alone. The vibrations of her pain surged through the ground beneath me, and I felt the tremor of her heartache. A mother longing for children, for companionship, but all she birthed was loneliness, a chilling echo of her own soul. And then there was Uranos, the sky, looming above, dark and tempestuous. He was a tangled web of pride and fury, his very essence a storm cloud ready to burst. You think you can hide from your fate, Gaia, he bellowed, a voice resonating with the power of the heavens. But I am the wrath of the cosmos. I will not be eclipsed by your sorrow. I could see the flickers of madness behind his eyes, the desperation of a god clinging to his status, his power, yet floundering in the agony of impending rebellion. I could almost taste the electricity in the air, a potent reminder that divinity is as much about chaos as it is about order. With a sudden crash, lightning split the sky, illuminating the scene for a fleeting moment, and I caught a glimpse of the other titans emerging from the earth, birthed in shadow and blood. Their faces, rugged and fierce, bore the marks of their mother's pain, but they were also vessels of raw power, vessels ready to rise against their father. Cronus, the boldest of them all, stepped forward, fists clenched, a storm of emotion brewing inside him. I remember, he declared, his voice a roar that echoed like the thunder above, how strength can be drawn from suffering. I will not let your malevolence choke our existence. The confrontation was upon us, an electric tension that made my heart race. It was a battle of will, of raw emotion, and I felt like a ghost watching from the sidelines, my own heart heavy with the weight of their fury and longing. The air thickened, charged with the palpable energy of impending violence. You think you can defeat me? Urano spat, rage and disbelief intertwining in his tone. You are but shadows of my light. But shadows carry their own weight. I watched as Cronus and his siblings, heavy with the pain of their mother, began to rise, defiance etched into their very bones. We are no longer your shadows. Cronus bellowed, and in that moment, the world trembled. It was a striking realization that in the depths of despair, rebellion takes form, and the cycle of destruction births creation. I felt the earth quake beneath me, the ground pulsating with the heartbeat of 1,000 spirits, each one echoing the pain of their origins. The Titans moved like dancers on the stage of fate, a choreography of anguish and fury, each step a testament to their resolve. The air was electric, filled with the scent of ozone, and I could almost feel the ripples of destiny weaving into the fabric of their struggle. Gaia's voice pierced through the chaos, a lament wrapped in tenderness. My children, do not let anger consume you. Remember, there is a fine line between creation and destruction. Her words were a balm, yet they felt like a curse. Could they truly find peace amid the storm? I could see the flicker of doubt in Cronus's eyes, the fracture of his unwavering resolve. I remember, he murmured, the warmth of the sun on my skin before I was forged in this darkness. The clash began, lightning flashed and collided with the earth, a cacophony of fury enveloping the heavens. I felt the heat of the battle radiating, a conflagration of emotions laid bare. The Titans surged forward, powered by a fierce, primal need to wrest control from the grasp of their father. Each blow they struck echoed with the weight of their history, their dreams, their heartbreaks. They were not merely fighting for dominance, they were fighting for identity, for the right to exist beyond the shadows of tyranny. As the tempest raged, I glimpsed the deeper shadows lurking, the remnants of lost dreams whispering through the howling winds. A glimmer of something greater lingered in the air, hope, perhaps? Or was it the spectre of despair that clung to them like a shroud? I could feel the memories of their lineage unfurling like petals in the storm, revealing their vulnerabilities, their scars. The weight of their lineage was a burden, yet it became their armor. Gaia, trembling yet unwavering, stood as the silent witness to their struggle, her heart a fragile vessel, yet filled with a strength that pulsed with each beat. Remember your roots, she cried, the anguish in her voice cascading through the storm, for they are your strength. I felt the truth of her words resonate within me, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, hope lingers like a distant star, waiting to ignite. The battle reached its fever pitch, each moment suspended in time, a snapshot of desperation and defiance. In the midst of the tempest, I could see the moment of reckoning approaching, a collision of fate that would shape not just the Titans, but all of existence. The gods were being forged in the fires of conflict, each emotion a spark, each sacrifice a flame that would illuminate the path to their destiny. And as I stood there, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat, I understood, this was not just a battle for power, it was a battle for existence itself, a cycle that would shape the tapestry of time, intertwining love and loss, strength and vulnerability. The storm howled around me, but within that chaos, a profound truth began to unravel, a truth that would echo through the ages, whispering of beginnings and endings, of gods and mortals, forever entwined in the dance of creation. The sky was a bruised canvas, swirling with the deep purples and angry reds of twilight, punctuated by the sun's last desperate gasp. I remember the silence that fell in the aftermath, a palpable stillness that shivered through the air like the echo of a long-forgotten scream. The world around us held its breath. I stood there, caught in the suffocating grip of uncertainty, feeling the weight of what was to come pressing against my chest. Beside me, my sister, a fragile wisp of a girl, trembled, her fingers curling into the earth, desperate for the solidity of the ground beneath her. Something was stirring beyond the horizon. It wasn't just the distant thunder rolling in, it was the unmistakable sensation of fate weaving itself into the very fabric of our lives. I remember, I remember how the earth trembled the moment the first cry pierced the air, a sound so raw, so primal, it shattered the silence and spilled out into the world like a wildfire, igniting every heart that still believed in wonders. The birth of Apollo was not a gentle affair. No, it was a maelstrom. It was chaos wrapped in light and shadow. My mother, Leto, was a vision of strength and agony, caught between the realms of life and death. Her cries were both a lament and a proclamation, echoing through the valley like the haunting notes of a forgotten melody. She was a goddess, yet in that moment, she was simply a woman, fleshy and real, battling against the tides of her own creation as she breathed life into the god of light and music. And I was the witness. My heart raced, drumming against my ribs, each pulse a reminder of my own insignificance in the grand symphony of the cosmos. I had long held the role of the supportive sister, but now I felt the sharp pang of jealousy, the bitter taste of yearning. Why couldn't I be the center of attention, if only for a moment? I felt selfish, yet the feeling gnawed at me, a ravenous beast lurking in the shadows of my consciousness. The winds howled as if the universe itself were wailing in response to Leto's pain. I could almost see the spirits of the night rising, their faces twisted in rapture and horror, drawn to the raw energy of creation. And then, in a spellbinding moment that seemed to stretch beyond time, he emerged, a radiant burst of gold and light, his first breath igniting the very air around us. Apollo. Even the name tasted like ambrosia on the tongue. The world shimmered, illuminated by his presence, and in that instant, I felt the weight of the stars, the burden of his brilliance, pressing down upon my shoulders. But with light came shadows. I watched my mother falter, her strength ebbing like the last tides of a waning moon, and I knew that something beautiful was about to happen, but at a cost. I remember the fear in her eyes as they flicked to me, pleading for help, a silent communication thrumming between us. "Stay with me," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread. My heart twisted. I was her daughter, yet I felt the shadows of doubt creeping in. What if I was not enough? What if I failed her when she needed me most? Through the chaos, I caught sight of Apollo, newly born, thrumming with power, a beacon of hope and terror. He looked at us with those bright, unfathomable eyes, and for a fleeting moment, I felt the pull of his energy, the whisper of destiny wrapping around me like a cloak. But that whisper was also a warning. As the storm raged, a figure appeared at the edge of the clearing, a wraith of despair, cloaked in darkness. It was Hera, her presence heavy with the weight of jealousy and bitterness, seeking to snuff out the light that had just proclaimed itself. Her eyes glinted like shards of ice, and I felt a chill seep into my bones, a haunting reminder of what could be lost in this world of gods and mortals. Another illegitimate child, she spat, her voice laced with venom. "Can you not see the chaos you bring, Leto?" I felt my mother's grip tighten around my hand, fear igniting a fire within me. Apollo, still glowing with life, turned towards Hera with a look that cut deeper than any blade. The air sizzled between them, a crackling tension that rippled through the very fabric of the moment. I wanted to step forward, to defend my mother, but I felt paralyzed, caught between the need for protection and the instinct of survival. "Leave," Apollo's voice rang out, a clarion call against the darkness. "You will not extinguish my light." And with that, the world tilted. I remember the feeling of being caught in the eye of a storm, everything stilled, held in tension, while chaos raged just outside. The shadows recoiled, the very essence of night shuddering in response to his defiance. It was both exhilarating and terrifying, and I felt the pulse of life thrumming beneath my skin, a reminder of my own fragility. Hera's laughter sliced through the moment, a sound devoid of warmth, echoing in my mind long after it had faded. "You think you can challenge the heavens? You are just a child." The words hung in the air like a death knell, a promise of the struggles yet to come. But Apollo stood resolute, a bastion of light against the impending darkness. I saw in him the potential for greatness, the flicker of hope that ignites when all seems lost. I wanted to believe in him, in us, that we could harness the chaos and bend it to our will. I wanted to believe that I could stand beside him, powerful and unyielding. And in that moment, with the storm raging and shadows lurking, I understood his birth was the dawn, not just of a god but of a reckoning, a confrontation with the darkness that dwelled within each of us. I felt the pull of the cosmos, the inevitability of fate drawing us all into its orbit. I remember the light, I remember the shadows, and I remember that in the birth of Apollo, the world was forever changed. The air crackled with tension, a symphony of unresolved emotions, lingering like the last notes of a haunting melody. As we faced the darkness together, I knew this was only the beginning. The story was far from over, it would echo through the ages, and I would find my place in it, however tenuous it might be. Time, like a relentless tide, swept forward, and we stood on the precipice of something monumental, waiting for the next wave to crash upon us, for the next note to sound, for the next light to emerge from the darkness. The wind howled like a wounded beast, its icy fingers clawing at the leaves, whispering secrets of the forest's heart as the world trembled beneath the weight of an ominous lull. Daphne stood at the edge of the clearing, breath caught in her throat, her heart thrumming like a war drum, echoing her despair. She had felt the shift, the earth itself was restless, throbbing with a pulse that vibrated through her bones. It was a feeling both exhilarating and terrifying, like standing at the precipice of a chasm where shadows lurked just beyond sight, waiting to swallow her whole. She was a nymph, yes, a goddess of the wild, yet even the strongest roots could be uprooted. And then there was him, the hunter, his name barely a whisper in the air, Apollo. The promise of warmth, the sun embodied, but he carried a darkness too, a yearning that snaked around his heart like ivy, threatening to choke the light out of him. As he stalked through the underbrush, every step seemed laden with the burden of unspoken words, of dreams he didn't know how to voice. His eyes, those brilliant orbs, were haunted by shadows, as if every flickering memory of Daphne, the laughter, the dances in the moonlight, was slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. I remember when the world was innocent, he murmured, the sound barely above a whisper, yet it sliced through the air like a knife. Before the stars turned cruel, before fate conspired against us. He lifted his gaze to the sky, as if searching for answers among the constellations, but all he found was the cold indifference of the cosmos. In those moments, the distance between them felt insurmountable, a chasm carved by choices made and unmade, words left unsaid. Daphne's breath hitched. And what about now? Her voice trembled, the words barely escaping her lips. What do you see in the darkness? What do you hear in the silence? She wanted to scream, to rip apart the veil of misunderstanding that hung between them, but instead, she felt the weight of her own fragility. She was both the earth and the whispering wind, a creature of nature caught in a human crisis. A rustle in the underbrush snapped her back to reality, her body instinctively tense. Shadows danced on the periphery, and she could feel the heartbeat of the forest quickening, pounding through the bramble and brush, a warning. It's not safe here, she said, the urgency in her voice laced with fear, a connection to the earth screaming at her to flee. But Apollo stepped closer, the warmth radiating from him almost palpable, the longing etched in the lines of his face. I can't leave you, he said, each word heavy with emotion, the weight of his own demons pressing against him. Not again. The air thickened as if the forest itself held its breath, the trees standing sentinel, bearing witness to the turmoil within their hearts. They were entangled in a web spun from choices that twisted around them like vines, choking out the light. Daphne remembered their laughter, the sweet taste of freedom when they were together, but now it was tainted with the bitter aftertaste of regret. I remember the first time we touched, she said, the past flooding her senses. The brush of skin against skin had electrified her, sent ripples through the very fabric of her being. You promised me the sun. He flinched, the truth hitting him like a stone, heavy and unyielding. And I failed you. He looked away, the shame drowning him. I can't be what you need. You don't understand, she breathed, desperation clawing at her throat. You being here, it's everything. You are the sun, and I am the shadows. We are bound, but we can break this cycle. With each word, her resolve grew stronger, braided with strands of hope and fear, a delicate balance teetering on the edge of despair. But the darkness wasn't just external, it lay within them, festering like a wound that refused to heal. The forest throbbed with an energy that mirrored their turmoil, a heartbeat that echoed their deepest truths and darkest fears. The rustle grew louder, the shadows shifted, and in that moment, Daphne felt the ground tremble beneath her feet, a reminder of her connection to the earth. We have to go. Panic clawed at her chest, and she grabbed Apollo's arm, pulling him toward the path of ancient trees, their gnarled branches reaching like spectral hands. But he hesitated, the weight of his grief anchoring him to the spot. "I can't leave without, please." The desperation in her voice caught him. "We can't change the past, but we can fight for our future." Daphne's heart raced, each beat a reminder of the life coursing through her veins, the wildness of the earth pulsing beneath her feet. Just as she thought they might escape, the shadows crept closer, a dark tide rising, threatening to engulf them in its relentless grasp. A figure loomed at the edge of the clearing, cloaked in shadows that seemed to writhe and twist. It was the embodiment of their fears, of the choices made, of the paths taken. "Do you truly think you can outrun your fate?" it whispered, a voice like gravel, scraping against their hearts. Daphne gasped, the ground beneath her tilting, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling. "We can fight it!" She clutched Apollo's hand, their fingers interlocking, a lifeline in the chaos. The forest echoed her words, the wind rising to a deafening roar, carrying her plea into the void. But what did it mean to fight? To confront the shadows that loomed larger than life? The darkness pressed in, a suffocating presence wrapping around them, and she felt Apollo's grip tighten as they stood together against the encroaching night. "I won't let go," he said, determination mixing with fear in his voice, a defiance that sparked between them, igniting the very air. And in that moment, the forest sang, a haunting melody that curled around them, promising strength, whispering of the earth's ancient power. Daphne closed her eyes, feeling the energy surge through her, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the light of hope flickered, fragile yet unyielding. Together, they would face whatever spectre awaited them, bound not just by fear, but by the weight of their love, their connection to the earth, and the promise of dawn that lingered just beyond the horizon. The battle was only beginning, the shadows were not to be ignored, and the forest held its breath, waiting for their next move. A single breath hangs heavy in the air, the kind of breath that stops time, that sharpens every sound, every rustle of the leaves, every whisper of the wind. I stand at the edge of Daphne's sanctuary, where the light bends, where shadows dance like faded memories, swirling in the twilight. A shiver races down my spine, igniting a primal fear that grips me. I'm not supposed to be here, no one dares tread these sacred grounds after sunset, yet curiosity drags me deeper, deeper still, as if the very earth is pulling me into her embrace. A crack splits the silence, a snap of a twig, sharp and violent. I turn, heart hammering against my ribs. There, just beyond the trees, I see her. Tall and ethereal, Daphne stands, her dark hair a wild cascade, blending seamlessly with the shadows. She's caught between worlds, goddess and ghost, haunted and haunting. Her emerald eyes pierce me, a gaze that promises both wonder and terror. I remember, no, I feel, the weight of her pain, the solitude that clings to her like a second skin. And then I see him, frantic and desperate, stumbling through the grove as if the ground beneath him were alive, writhing with the weight of his guilt. Callimachus. A man driven by his own demons, the kind that gnaw at the soul, clawing ferociously until nothing remains but the echo of remorse. Time has worn him down, sharp edges dulled by grief and regret, yet his determination burns bright, reckless. I want to scream at him to turn back, to escape this chilling sanctuary, but the words catch in my throat, so I stand paralyzed, a witness to this unfolding nightmare. "Daphne," he cries, voice cracking like the very branch that had betrayed me. "I've come for you." His breath is ragged, each word a desperate plea that clangs painfully in the silence, like a bell tolling for the damned. I want to reach out to him, to pull him back from the precipice of his own destruction, but I am anchored in fear, a statue caught in the midst of a storm. At her name, Daphne trembles, a flicker of recognition igniting her features. "You shouldn't have come," she whispers, a haunting melody that drips with sorrow. "You shouldn't have returned." I can see it in her eyes, the flickering flame of anger intertwined with the icy tendrils of fear. She carries the weight of their shared history, their love that once blossomed in the light but was suffocated by secrets and shadows. "Don't say that." Callimachus's voice rises, raw and jagged, a plea that tears at my heart. "I can't let you go. Not like this." He lunges forward, and I feel the air thicken, charged with unspoken words and raw emotion, palpable and electric. The tension coils tighter, a noose around the sanctuary, choking the very essence of what once thrived here. A gust of wind sweeps through the grove, rustling the leaves like 1,000 whispered confessions. Memories flood my mind, flickering like the dying embers of a fire. I remember the stories, the laughter that filled this space before tragedy had veiled it in melancholy. Shadows stretch and twist, fingers of darkness reaching out as if to reclaim what was lost. It feels as though the sanctuary itself is alive, breathing alongside them, mourning alongside them. Why did you leave? Daphne's voice is a haunting echo, a question that lingers, a wound that won't heal. You promise me forever. The weight of her words hangs in the air, a heavy shroud wrapped around them both, suffocating. I can see Callimachus falter, the flicker of a memory reflecting in his eyes. A moment stretches, taut and aching, like a bowstring pulled back, ready to snap. I sense the ghosts of their past drifting like wisps of smoke, haunting the corners of this hallowed ground. The echoes of laughter, the soft brush of skin against skin, the warmth of a promise made beneath the stars, all consumed by the shadows that now linger, taunting and relentless. I had to, he cries, the desperation spilling from his lips like blood from a wound. I had to find a way. But his words are hollow, echoes lost in a cavern of despair. Daphne's eyes, once vibrant with love, are now pools of sorrow, reflecting a heart shattered by abandonment. I feel the crushing weight of it, the ache that settles in my chest, threatening to split me apart. You think you can come back, she whispers, venom lacing her tone. You think you can just erase the pain. I didn't know. The words tumble out, frantic and desperate. I didn't know how to save you. I thought what? Her voice rises, a storm threatening to break. That leaving would make it easier? That time would heal. Daphne takes a step back, the shadows swirling around her like a shroud, a nymph entrapped in a web spun by fate and folly. Callimachus reaches out, but the space between them feels insurmountable, a chasm filled with anger, regret, and memories that claw at the edges of their souls. I can feel the tension crackling, the inevitability of confrontation looming. The darkness swells around us, amplifying their pain, drawing us all deeper into the abyss. The grove seems to pulse with their emotions, a heartbeat resonating through the earth, through the very roots of existence. I want to scream, to shatter the silence that has wrapped us in its cold embrace. But I remain, a mere spectator to this tragic unfolding, held captive by the emotions that swirl around like a violent tempest. And then, just when I think the air cannot become any more charged, a sudden realization washes over me. This is not just a reunion, it's a reckoning. Each word, each breath, deepens the wound, lays bare the scars they both carry. The past claws its way into the present, refusing to let go. Why did you come back? Daphne's voice is steady now, a calm before the storm, a cutting edge of clarity. To save me? Or to save yourself? The question hangs in the air, thick, suffocating, spiraling towards an inevitable truth. I feel it deep within my own heart, a reflection of choices made, paths taken, and those left behind. The grove, once alive with laughter and love, now stands as a testament to their failures, their shadows mingling with the twilight, forever entwined in a cruel dance of longing and despair. Daphne, he whispers, broken, as if the weight of his regret could crush mountains. But before he can utter a word of redemption, a rustle, the shadows twist and congeal, creeping closer, as if the very essence of the grove itself is rising up, bearing witness to this raw confrontation. I can almost hear the trees sighing, breathing in the anguish, the despair that festers in the heart of this sacred place. A flicker of hope dances across Callimachus's features, but it's fragile, teetering on the edge of despair. I will fight for you. I will fight until my last breath, he vows, but I see the uncertainty in his eyes, the knowledge that love alone cannot conquer the shadows that have claimed Daphne. And with that, the world tilts, the very earth beneath us shifting, as if the sanctuary itself recognizes the depth of their conflict. I stand frozen, caught between their pain, a witness to the storm that is about to unravel. The air thickens, the night deepens, and I can feel the pulse of the grove, echoing the chaos within. I remember the way this place once glowed with light. Now it is haunted by echoes, memories, choices, shadows. Time has woven a tapestry of love and loss, and as the confrontation teeters on the brink, I know this moment will stretch into infinity, entwining all of us in its haunting embrace. And then, like the crack of thunder in a silent sky, it happens. The ground shakes, the trees bend, and I know, this is just the beginning. The whispers of the grove entwine around us, a chorus of the lost, beckoning me deeper into this tangled web of emotion, leaving no choice but to remain, to witness, to feel. The air crackled with tension, thick and electric, and the world around him blurred into an indistinct haze. Apollo stood in the dim light of twilight, heart pounding, palms sweaty, his breath quickening as he peered through the trees. Shadows danced like restless spirits, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. Beyond the thicket, a glimmer flickered, a hint of something more than mere foliage, a silhouette that sent shivers down his spine. Daphne! The name echoed in his mind like a haunting melody, both beautiful and tragic, weaving a tapestry of longing and dread. He remembered the stories. How she was more than flesh and bone, she was a goddess, a spirit of the wild, elusive and fierce, a creature born of the earth and sky. The tales painted her as an untouchable vision, a spark of life slipping through calloused fingers. Yet, in this moment, she was not just a figment of his imagination. She was a heartbeat in the rhythm of the universe, and he was drawn to her like a moth to flame. The trees parted like curtains, revealing a glade bathed in a silvery glow, moonlight shimmering on the ground, illuminating the way. He stepped forward, the crunch of leaves beneath his feet slicing through the silence like a knife. With every step, the scent of damp earth and crushed lavender enveloped him, wrapping around his senses, intoxicating and dizzying. Each pulse of his heart echoed louder, each breath heavier, until he felt time itself slow, stretching like an elastic band ready to snap. Then there she was, a vision of ethereal grace, standing just beyond the reach of the moonlight, her hair cascading like a waterfall of shadows, her eyes two pools of deep emerald, reflecting the mysteries of the night. Daphne! It was as if the world had stopped spinning, every creature holding its breath, every leaf frozen in place, waiting for something, a spark, a collision, a moment that would forever alter the course of fate. His heart raced with a mix of fear and irresistible desire. Would she be the light that illuminated his darkest corners, or the storm that swallowed him whole? Daphne, he whispered, the sound barely a breath. The name slipped through his lips, fragile as glass, trembling on the edge of existence. In that moment, he was both hunter and hunted, drawn to her like a moth yet acutely aware of the fire that could burn him. She turned, and the air shifted. Her gaze bore into him, fierce and wild, as if she could see straight through the layers of his soul. In that instant, Apollo felt stripped bare, exposed to her scrutiny. Fear gripped him, a primal instinct clawing at his insides. He was not just a man, he was a heartbeat, a longing, a chaotic swirl of emotions. In her eyes, he saw echoes of memories, moments lost in time, dreams shattered like glass. "Why do you seek me?" Daphne said, her voice low and haunting, a melody that lingered in the cold air. Each word was a question that sliced through him, sharp and unyielding. He stumbled, searching for answers that felt out of reach, words tangled in the web of his yearning. I didn't mean to intrude," he stammered, his voice unsteady. "I felt drawn to you, like the moon to the tide." The truth hung between them, raw and pulsing. But what did he truly know of her? What right did he have to unravel the threads that bound her to the earth? "Drawn to me," she repeated, a flicker of something, curiosity, perhaps, dancing in her eyes. "Or drawn to the idea of me?" Apollo flinched, the weight of her question crashing over him like a wave. The shadows of his intentions loomed large, gnawing at his conscience. Did he seek her for who she was, or for who he wished her to be? He took a step closer, compelled by forces he didn't understand. "I see you," he said, desperation clawing at his throat. "I see the wildness in you, the freedom that calls to me." As the words spilled out, he felt exposed, vulnerable, a glass figurine on the edge of a table, ready to shatter with the slightest push. Daphne's expression shifted, a flicker of vulnerability hidden beneath her fierce exterior. "You think you understand me," she challenged, her voice rising like the wind, fierce and untamed. "You think you can claim what is not yours?" The air thickened, tension spiraling into an unbreakable coil. Her pain, her anger, radiated from her like heat off a flame, threatening to engulf him. "I don't want to claim you," he pleaded, feeling his own desperation surge. "I want to know you, to be part of your world." But as the words left his mouth, he felt the weight of his own ignorance. How could he ever belong to a world where shadows lived and danced, where spirits whispered secrets of old? A silence stretched between them, charged with the unsaid, a chasm filled with longing and fear. He could hear his heart pounding in his ears, could feel the tremors of uncertainty. Would she accept him? Would she unleash the wildness that thrummed within her? Or would she turn and run, a fleeting dream slipping through his fingers? In that electric moment, something shifted. The ground beneath his feet seemed to pulse, alive with energy. He reached out, a trembling hand toward the luminous spirit before him. "Daphne, please," but she stepped back, the light of the moon casting a shadow over her face. "You do not understand the cost," she murmured, a tremor of fear in her voice. "Love is a wildflower that grows in the cracks of despair. It can flourish or wither, but it is never without pain." And with those words, Apollo felt the weight of the universe settle on his shoulders, the realization that their paths, woven through the fabric of fate, were destined for heartbreak. The air thickened, stifling his breath, and yet he couldn't look away, couldn't turn back now. "Then let me share that pain," he whispered, the plea a fragile thread that hung in the air between them. "Let me in." And as the depths of her gaze bore into him, he knew he was standing on the brink, teetering between reality and dreams, desperate to catch a glimpse of the wildflower that was Daphne before the darkness swallowed her whole. The storm was brewing, and the night held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of desire and fear, of love and loss, that would shape them both forever. The night was alive with a silence so thick it pressed against the skin, the kind of silence where even the whispers of the stars felt like conspiratorial secrets. The moon hung low, a pearl in an ocean of darkness, casting ghostly shadows that danced across the cobblestones of the ancient city. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, watching them, Apollo and her. The air crackled with a tension that thrummed like a taut string, ready to snap. I remember the way he looked at her, the fire in his eyes, a blaze that could consume worlds. She was a vision, a creature of starlight and moonbeams, her laughter ringing like glass chimes in the wind. But beneath the surface, there was a tremor, a fear that swirled like smoke around them, thick and suffocating. Desire was a beast, gnashing its teeth, and Apollo was caught in its jaws, oblivious yet painfully aware. Every heartbeat echoed my own confusion, a chaotic symphony of emotions. I watched as he reached out, his fingers trembling like a leaf in a storm, brushing against her skin. I could almost taste the electricity between them, the crackle of desire, the weight of unspoken words. "What do you want?" I wanted to scream at him. What does she want? I remember the warmth of summer fading, the nights growing colder, and yet there was a heat radiating from Apollo, a wild, reckless flame that threatened to burn everything down. He was a god trapped in a mortal's longing, his heart a battleground of passion and fear. It was all-consuming, this infatuation, and I was just a bystander, a shadow in the corner, watching a play where the lines blurred between love and madness. And then came the moment when she turned, the world shifted, the air thick with something more than desire. A gust of wind swept through the alley, stirring dust and memories, leaving a chill in its wake. Her eyes met mine, a flicker of recognition, a spark that ignited an inferno of jealousy within me. She was both the muse and the monster, the embodiment of beauty and chaos, twisting me into knots. I saw her smile, a crescent moon in the night, and I realized I was not just watching. I was entangled, caught in the web of their desire. The way she moved was hypnotic, every step a siren's call, every laugh a dagger that pierced the veil of my sanity. She didn't even know the power she held, the way her presence warped reality around her. I wanted to scream, to claw my way into the heart of this twisted love triangle, but instead, I stood frozen, a mere spectator to the tragedy unfolding before me. Why do you love her? I felt a question rising from the depths of my soul, an echo of something deeper. Why this insatiable hunger? But Apollo was lost in her light, drowning in the warmth of her gaze, the depth of her laughter. I watched as he leaned closer, the tension building, a whisper of danger tingling in the air. The city was alive, the shadows stretching, wrapping around them like a lover's embrace, and the world outside faded into insignificance. It was just them, two souls colliding in a universe of longing. And then, in a moment, time fractured. An echo of laughter, a gasp of breath, and I felt the ground shift beneath me. There was something haunting and beautiful in their connection, like stars colliding in the cosmos, but I couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. The shadows shifted, whispering secrets, warning me of the inevitable heartache lurking in the corners of their desire. I remember the way his hand trembled as he reached for her, the weight of his longing palpable in the air, a truth that hung between them like an unsheathed sword. It was intoxicating yet terrifying, the rawness of their need, the way it illuminated the dark corners of the night. But desire can twist even the purest hearts, turning love into a prison, and I watched as Apollo teetered on the brink, caught in the crossfire of his own passion. "Who are you?" I wanted to ask him, my voice breaking under the weight of my emotions. "What is this need that drives you?" I imagined us standing at the edge of a cliff, looking into an abyss, and I could feel the pull of that darkness, the way it beckoned us closer, promising both ecstasy and despair. The city whispered its secrets, the buildings holding their breath, as if the very stones were witnesses to this consuming fire. I could see it in the way Apollo's eyes glimmered, the way his heart raced, the intoxicating grip of infatuation had him ensnared. And her laughter, oh, it was a haunting melody, a reminder that love could be both a balm and a blade, capable of healing and harming in equal measure. "Do you see it?" I wanted to shout, the urgency clawing at my throat. "Do you see how love can devour you whole?" But the words caught in my chest, heavy and unyielding. I was just an observer, a ghost haunting the edges of their romance, paralyzed by my own fear of what lay ahead. The night deepened, shadows creeping closer, and in that moment, I felt the world tilt. The tension swelled, a tide threatening to engulf us all. My heart raced, an uncontrollable rhythm echoing the chaos around me, as I realized desire was not merely an emotion, it was a force, a tempest that could uproot the very foundation of our lives. And then, with a gasp, it all shifted again. Apollo's gaze hardened, the warmth of longing turning to a chill of desperation. I could feel it then, the weight of unfulfilled desires, the ache of hearts caught in a web of longing. Time stretched, and I was left suspended in that moment, a fragile breath held between worlds. I remember the darkness closing in, each heartbeat pounding like a war drum. Desire, in all its twisted beauty, had a way of unraveling everything it touched. The boundaries between love and obsession blurred, and I felt the pulse of the city beneath my feet, a reminder that nothing is ever truly safe. And as I stood there, caught in the web of their desires, I knew. This was just the beginning. The moon hung low, a spectral eye in the velvety darkness, casting silvery beams that danced across the ancient stone of the temple. Each step Daphne took echoed in the stillness, sharp and anxious, as if the very air held its breath, anticipating her vow. Shadows stretched long and twisted, whispering secrets of the past, a chorus of forgotten prayers and desperate hopes. She could almost hear them, echoes of suitors lost to the wild, their voices mingling with the winds that howled through the trees. I remember his eyes, she thought, a sharp pang splintering her heart. The way they shimmered like stars just before they fell. But she pushed the memory aside, a fragile thing she couldn't afford to cradle too close. Tonight was not about them, not about the longing that clawed at her chest, demanding escape. Tonight, she was to become something more, something pure, bound to the goddess who had shaped her fate. In the shadows, Callias lingered, the weight of his own heartache pulling him down. He watched her, desperate to bridge the chasm that had grown between them, a canyon carved by Daphne's relentless pursuit of purity. "Daphne," he whispered, a name that hung on the air like a prayer. "Don't do this." Not for her. But his voice trembled, the words slipping from him like sand through fingers. He was haunted, a ghost of the boy he used to be, desperate for her but terrified of what she was becoming. "Callias," she shot back, her voice sharper than she intended, slicing through the stillness. "You don't understand. This is my choice. The moonlight caught the glisten in her eyes, fierce and wild, but beneath that flame lay a fear that threatened to consume her. A vow was not a mere promise, it was a chain, a bond forged under the watchful gaze of Artemis, goddess of the hunt, of the moon, of eternal solitude. She was to become a vessel of unwavering strength, untouched by desire, an eternal maiden wrapped in the cool embrace of the night. But the tension coiled around them like a tightening noose. Each heartbeat thudded heavily in Daphne's ears, every breath fraught with the weight of unspoken words. As she stepped forward, the stones beneath her feet felt alive, swirling with the energy of all who had come before, all who had sought Artemis's favor and faced the betrayal of their own hearts. I remember a time, she thought, when love was a sweet song, not a bitter silence. Please, he begged, desperation painting his features with shadows. You're not losing just a life, you're losing us, Daphne. You'll become a ghost, too. A beautiful, shining ghost, but a ghost nonetheless. The clarity of his plea stung, and she faltered, her resolve wavering for just a moment. But the memory of her father's face, twisted with disappointment, surged through her mind. You must be strong, my daughter, he had said, his voice a low rumble, filled with the burdens of their bloodline. The hunt requires sacrifice. I'm not your sacrifice, Daphne said, rage bubbling beneath the surface. Rage at her father, rage at Callias, and most agonizing of all, rage at herself for wanting the warmth of his hand in hers, the soft brush of his lips. She took a breath, grounding herself, forcing the chaos into submission. This is who I am now. I cannot turn back. In the dark, shadows of doubt flickered like dying fireflies. Callias moved closer, desperation clawing at him. You think this will make you stronger? What if Artemis is just a veil, Daphne? What if you're only hiding from the truth? The truth? That word echoed, a thunderclap shattering the fragile calm. Daphne clenched her fists, nails biting into her palms, anchoring her. What truth? She spat. The one where I surrender to every fleeting fantasy. The one where I become just another woman tethered to her whims. You don't have to be alone. His shout pierced through the darkness, a raw plea, a lifeline thrown in turbulent waters. You're meant for more than this vow. You can be both, strong and loved. Don't you see? But the words were like stones, heavy and unyielding, sinking into the depths of her soul. To be loved is to be vulnerable, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling with the weight of her own revelation. And I cannot afford that. Not anymore. The air crackled with intensity, a storm brewing between them. Daphne took another step toward the temple, her heart racing as she felt the pull of the goddess, an unyielding force beckoning her forward. Behind her, Callias stood paralyzed, a statue of despair, every moment heavy with unuttered truths. I will wait for you, he finally murmured, the words fragile, clinging to hope in the face of inevitability. But I fear what you will become. She hesitated, caught in the web of his gaze, where love and fear intertwined like vines. I fear it too, she admitted, the raw honesty slicing through her heart. But I can't let that fear dictate my fate. And with that, she turned, stepping into the sacred space, leaving him behind, a flicker of warmth extinguished in the icy grip of her resolve. Inside the temple, the air was thick with incense and the palpable presence of the divine. Daphne knelt before the altar, the cool stone pressing against her knees, grounding her. Artemis, accept my vow, she breathed, heart pounding, a frantic rhythm echoing off the walls. As she closed her eyes, the shadows danced, and the world outside faded. She was lost in the depths of herself, where dreams whispered like wind through trees, where memories clashed like thunder. There was no turning back now, no space for doubt. Only the vow, heavy and consuming, waiting to bind her forever. The night stretched on, a tapestry of longing and sacrifice, and outside the temple, Callias stood as a sentinel of the past, heart aching in the silence. His breath hung in the cold air, mingling with the shadows, as he whispered a name that would linger long after the stars burned out. Daphne, and in the darkness, the echoes of her heart and his would linger in the stillness, an unbroken thread of longing stretching to the stars, binding them together, even as fate tore them apart. The vow loomed like a spectre, dark and alluring, and as the moon climbed higher, the shadow of Artemis loomed large, her influence everywhere, whispering truths that remained unspoken, weaving through the fabric of their lives, a haunting melody that would never fade. The air crackled like static, heavy with anticipation, as the first notes of the haunting, unearthly melody washed over the gathering. I stood at the precipice, heart racing, pulse a drumbeat against my ribcage, watching the figures flicker in the flickering light. Shadows danced under the cold gaze of a crescent moon, and in that moment, everything became achingly clear. This was no mere contest, this was an offering, a sacrifice. Around me, the crowd held its breath, their faces a tapestry of fear and desperation. I could taste the tension on my tongue, metallic, bitter. I remember Lena's eyes, wide and wild, her spirit a firefly caught in a jar. She stood next to me, clutching my arm with fingers like ice, her voice a whisper laced with dread. "Do you think they'll choose us?" The question hung between us, charged with unspoken fears. Her vulnerability pierced through me, knitting our hearts together in this moment of impending doom. Lena, with her boundless love for the cosmos, always hoping the stars would align in our favor, while I, ever the cynic, felt only the weight of inevitability. Then there was Eli, standing across the clearing, a tempest of emotion swirling within him. He was my brother, my fierce protector, but lately, his gaze had become a riddle, somewhere between longing and regret. I could feel the chasm that widened every time Lena laughed, every time I caught Eli's eyes lingering on her for just a heartbeat too long. I remembered last summer, how we lay under the open sky, counting constellations until dawn broke, our laughter mingling with the night air, oblivious to the darkness creeping at the edges of our lives. But that night was different. That night, the gods demanded a tribute, and we had unwittingly drawn their ire. The drums began, a low thrum that resonated through the ground, vibrating up my legs and into my chest. I felt it, the pulse of the universe, the heartbeat of fate, quickening as the time approached. Lena leaned closer, her breath warm against my skin. "If they choose us, we'll face it together, won't we?" The way she said it, like a prayer, twisted something deep inside me. I wanted to promise her everything, to wrap her in my arms and shield her from the horrors that lurked just beyond our grasp. But I knew that silence was the only answer we could afford, the only armor we had. The moonlight dimmed, cloaked by veils of unnatural darkness. And then, a figure emerged, a tall silhouette, draped in shadows and power. The high priestess, her voice a guttural whisper that echoed in the hollow of my chest, called our names. "Lena. Eli. You are chosen." The word settled like lead, dragging us into the depths of despair. A ripple of panic surged through the gathering, a collective breath held, hearts synchronized, thrumming with the same tempo of dread. Eli's eyes locked onto mine, a fierce blaze igniting within him. "We can't go. We can't let them take you." I saw the resolve crystallizing, the protective instinct flaring like wildfire. But Lena's fingers tightened around my arm, a silent plea. "We have to," she breathed, the tremor in her voice reverberating through me. I wanted to scream, to tear apart the fabric of fate, but the words lodged in my throat, choking me. As we stepped forward, the shadows closed in, wrapping around us like a cloak of despair. I felt the weight of countless hopes and dreams pressing down, an unbearable burden. The high priestess beckoned us into the circle, an arena carved from fear and desire. Time warped, the air thickened, each second stretching into eternity. In that space, I could hear the whispers of the lost, the echoes of those who had come before us, their voices woven into the fabric of this cursed land. I saw their faces, hollow and sunken, a warning, a prophecy. Play their game, they seemed to chant, or be consumed. And then the games began. Lena, radiant as the dawn, took her place at the center, determination shining in her eyes. I felt a desperate need to shield her, to scream out, to shake the foundations of this cruel reality. But Eli stepped forward, his face a mask of stoic resolve. "I'll do it," he declared, his voice trembling but fierce. "I'll play for her." Two hearts in one game, the priestess crooned, the shadows twisting, darkening around us. I felt my heart splinter at the thought, an agonizing crack that threatened to tear our fragile bond apart. "No," I gasped, stepping into the fray, the heat of the moment igniting every nerve. If you play for her, you'll lose yourself. I can't let you do that. The fear coursed through me like a river of ice, pulling me under. I was out of breath, drowning in the weight of my love and desperation, the echoes of my heart reverberating, no, no, no. The tension snapped, a taut line ready to break. Lena stood between us, eyes darting back and forth, caught in a web of love and loyalty. I can't let either of you go, she cried, the tremor in her voice slicing through the air like a blade. But the choices were made, the die cast, the gods relished our anguish, each heartbeat a rhythm in their cruel symphony. I watched helplessly as the shadows danced closer, enveloping Eli and Lena. Time pulsed like a dying star, and I became unmoored, adrift in a sea of emotions that threatened to engulf me whole. In the end, we were three souls intertwined in a cruel game, each one pulling against the other. I could feel the gods watching, waiting to see who would claw their way to victory, who would sacrifice everything for love. The stakes were high, the winds of fate howling in the distance, and I knew this was merely the beginning. The true contest had yet to unfold, a battle of affection where only the strongest would survive. And as the darkness gathered, I grasped Lena's hand, clinging to hope, fear, and love, a fragile thread binding us all together, a spark in the encroaching darkness. At that moment, I realized we were not just players in their game, we were the very essence of it, their twisted puppets in a dance of despair and longing. With every heartbeat, with every breath, I understood that this was our fate, entangled in the games of the gods, a contest of affection that would either break us or bind us forever. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a vast, dark well. Its light seeped through the rustling leaves, painting the forest floor in ghostly white. A rustle in the underbrush sent shivers through my spine, the kind that ignites the primal instinct to run, to hide, to scream. I could hear it, the heartbeat of the night, loud and frantic, echoing my own terror, a rhythm of dread urging me forward. I had to find him before it was too late. Liam! Where are you? My voice shattered the eerie silence, but it felt swallowed by the shadows that twisted around me. Panic clawed at my throat. I could still hear his laughter, bright and carefree, like a distant star teasing the limitless sky. But now, that laughter felt like a fading memory, a cruel joke whispered by the wind. I strained to listen, to pierce the veil of the night, when a sudden crash made my heart lurch. Liam! I called again, desperation leaking into my voice, but the only answer was the whisper of leaves, a ghastly murmuring that suggested I was utterly alone. The regret washed over me like a cold wave. I shouldn't have let him wander off. I shouldn't have let my fears chain me, grapple me with doubt. Then I saw him, a flicker of movement, a silhouette dancing between the trees. The thrill of hope ignited, but it flickered too, dimmed by the gnawing sense of dread. Something was wrong, shadows loomed larger than life, engulfing him in their hungry embrace. I took off, each step a furious beat in the symphony of my racing heart. Hold on, Liam! I screamed, feet pounding against the earth, the ground trembling beneath me. I could feel it, the surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins as I plunged deeper into the forest, branches clawing at me like vengeful spirits. I was chasing a ghost, and in the back of my mind, a nagging fear whispered, it was chasing me too. The thumping in my chest matched the frantic rhythm of my legs. I remember the way we used to run, side by side, laughter spilling like sunlight across the street. I remember his face, bright-eyed and wild, unafraid of the darkness. And yet, here I was, chasing him through a land that felt like a twisted reflection of our once carefree lives. The forest swallowed the sound of my breath, each inhale sharp and ragged. I stumbled into a clearing, moonlight flooding the space like a spotlight revealing the stage for a tragic play. There he stood, but it wasn't my Liam. Not anymore. The boy I knew was lost in the shards of someone else, a figure cloaked in shadows, eyes glinting like cold steel. Liam? My voice trembled, uncertainty gnawing at the edges of my resolve. The boy turned slowly, a grin splitting his face wide enough to show teeth that shone like knives. Do you see them? He whispered, voice like gravel. The stars, they're watching. They're waiting. I wanted to scream, to shake him back into reality, but something primal in me urged caution. What do you mean? I stepped closer, heart thundering, and for a split second, the flicker of familiarity danced in his eyes. "You're scared, aren't you?" "I'm not scared," he retorted, but the quiver in his voice betrayed him. "They're playing a game, and I'm winning." Then it hit me, the moment our lives slipped from the grasp of the ordinary into this chaotic chase. The consequences of our choices unfurled like the branches above us, twisted and gnarled. I saw it then, the shadows creeping, tentacles of fear reaching for my heart. "You can't win this game, Liam. You have to come back." But he was too far gone, lost in the labyrinth of his own mind, and I realized the truth with a gut-wrenching clarity. He was running from the ghosts of our past. The laughter, the memories, the dreams we spun together, all of them were now a haunting melody, taunting him. I remember when it was just us against the world. His laughter echoed through the clearing, a sound that warped and twisted until it became something monstrous. The stars flickered, the moon dimmed, and I felt it, the weight of despair pressing down, suffocating. I reached out, fingers trembling, skin prickling with the coolness of the night. "Liam, please. You have to fight this." He didn't respond. Instead, he turned, darting back into the shadows. The chase had begun, but I was no longer just chasing him. I was chasing the remnants of who we once were, the dreams that slipped through our fingers like grains of sand. With every stride, the intensity grew, a mercury rush of fear and determination. I could feel his presence, ebbing and flowing like the tide, pulling me into the dark water. I remember when I thought love would conquer all. But love was no guardian in this twisted solitude, only a flickering flame, lighting a path through despair. My lungs burned, legs ached, but I pressed on, the echoes of our shared laughter mingling with the whispers of the night. "I won't let go, Liam," I gasped, voice raw. "I won't lose you to this darkness." Suddenly, I broke through the underbrush and found myself at the edge of a cliff. Below, the abyss yawned open, an endless void that promised nothing but despair. "Liam!" I bellowed, desperation clawing at my heart. "Please, stop." But he was standing at the brink, eyes wide, lost in the dance of shadows. I was close enough to see the sorrow etched across his face, the conflict swirling within him like a tempest. "I can't go back," he whispered, agony threading his voice. "They won't let me." I stepped forward, the edge crumbling beneath my feet. "They're not real. It's just fear, just the past haunting you. You have to let them go." His gaze flickered, caught between the haunting specters and the light of my unwavering belief. The world around us pulsed, time hung suspended, and in that moment, I realized our lives had become an intricate tapestry of pain and hope, woven together by the threads of our shared memories. And as the shadows closed in, I reached for him, heart pounding, knowing that love was not a conqueror, but a relentless force that could pull you back from the edge, if only you believed it could. But the abyss called to him, and I could only stand there, breathless, caught between the haunting echoes of our past and the churning chaos of the present, as the chase escalated, pulling us deeper into the night. The clock struck midnight, its haunting chime reverberating through the darkened corridors of the castle, a distant echo swallowed by the oppressive silence. Daphne stood at the edge of her balcony, her heart racing as the cold wind clawed at her skin. It howled like a mourning spectre, a reminder of the choices that suffocated her. Below, the city of Lysera lay sprawled, a labyrinth of shadows and flickering lanterns, each light a heartbeat, each dark corner a whispered secret. She could taste the steel of her predicament, a bitterness that clawed at her throat. "I can't," she murmured to the stars, which twinkled like distant tears. In that moment, the castle felt like a cage, its stone walls closing in around her. Love, so intoxicating, so suffocating. She thought of Emil, with his wild curls and laughter that danced on the edge of madness. He had whispered promises of adventures, of escapes, of sunsets on foreign shores. But those promises had become chains, heavy and unyielding. Each moment spent in the castle felt like a betrayal, an act of cowardice against the freedom she craved. I remember him smiling," she whispered, her voice cracking like the frost on the window pane. "And it felt like flying. But flying meant leaving behind the life she'd known, the life her parents had crafted for her, meticulous and suffocating. The weight of expectation pressed down upon her, a shroud of duty that threatened to extinguish her spirit. Each heartbeat pulsed with a bitter reminder of what she stood to lose. The stars blinked, indifferent. And there he was, Emil, his silhouette framed by the shadows, slipping quietly into her sanctuary. "Daphne," he breathed, urgency lacing his voice. "We have to go. Now." His eyes were alight with desperation, a fire that stirred something deep within her. But that fire burned with reckless abandon, a consuming blaze that could scorch everything in its path. "Go," she echoed, her heart leaping into her throat. "You want me to leave everything?" "Everything I've ever known." His gaze softened, and his hands reached for hers, calloused but gentle. "You know it's not living if you're trapped. We can build a future, just us. I promise you won't regret it." But it was more than just freedom. It was fear mingling with desire, the thrill of the unknown battling the comfort of her gilded cage. She felt torn, stretched thin like a canvas on the verge of tearing. The weight of her indecision threatened to shatter everything. "I remember," she started, but he cut her off. "Stop remembering. You're drowning in what was, not what could be." "I can't do this without you," he pleaded, desperation clawing at his voice. "You have to choose." His words were a dagger, sharp and unyielding, piercing through the fog of her confusion. In that breathless moment, the castle felt alive, its stones pulsing like a beating heart. The shadows whispered, urging her to step away from the precipice of her fears. But then there was Isabel, her childhood friend, and now the chains that bound her to this place. "You can't let him take you," Isabel had warned, her voice trembling with fervor. "He's reckless, Daphne. You'll be nothing but a ghost if you follow him." And there it was, the knife twisting in her gut. Love was a tempest, and Isabel was the anchor, steady yet suffocating. Daphne's heart raced as she stood between the two, caught in the storm of their conflicting desires. "I can't be a ghost," she choked out, tears pooling in her eyes like the shadows of her past. "But I can't lose you either." Emil's face fell, a shadow of heartbreak flickering across his features. "You're not losing me. You're losing this life that's been carved for you. You're not meant to be a pawn in someone else's game." The sincerity in his voice struck her like a thunderclap, resonant and terrifying. She felt her soul shaking beneath the weight of his words, a delicate balance of love and fear. Freedom beckoned like a distant siren, beautiful and perilous. "Will you still love me if I choose this life?" she asked, her voice trembling, a fragile whisper against the howling wind. He reached for her again, and this time, his grip was fierce, unyielding. "I'll love you no matter what. But if you choose this, you'll never be free. You'll never be whole." "Whole," she echoed, the word tasting bitter on her tongue. "What does that even mean?" As the clock continued its relentless toll, each chime a heartbeat of time slipping away, Daphne felt time expand around her, a vast cosmos of possibility. Shadows danced in her mind, memories of laughter and tears intertwining, forming a tapestry of her existence. She could see herself in 1,000 different lives, each more beautiful and terrifying than the last. Her heart raced, the city beckoned her. She could feel it pulse beneath her feet, alive with potential, alive with the promise of freedom that tasted like salt and sweet danger. "What if I'm not ready?" she cried, the walls closing in, the shadows growing long. "You'll never be ready until you take the leap," Emil said, his voice steady, unwavering. In that moment, the world around her blurred, and it felt like the universe held its breath, waiting. The air shimmered with possibilities, electric and alive. Daphne's heart pounded, each beat a countdown to a decision that would echo through eternity. I remember wanting to be free," she said, her voice rising above the chaos within her. And in the silence that followed, she felt the weight of her turmoil, the struggle between love and freedom, hanging in the air like a fragile thread ready to snap. Time stretched, and the clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that her choice loomed closer, closer than ever. The stars flickered above, distant and suffocatingly close, whispering secrets of the universe that felt both overwhelming and tantalizing. Shadows danced in the corners of her mind, a blend of past regrets and future hopes swirling like a tempest. And as she stood at the precipice, Daphne took a deep breath, her heart a wild drum in her chest. The world awaited, a sprawling void filled with the potential for heartbreak or joy, love or freedom. She had to choose, had to decide. But for now, she lingered in that moment, a fragile breath suspended in time, caught between the love that could shackle her and the freedom that could claim her soul. The clock struck 12, and the air crackled with tension. Somewhere in the shadows, a heartbeat's frantic rhythm echoed against the damp stone walls of the ancient chapel. It was midnight, the hour of secrets, when dreams twisted into nightmares and love turned bitter. My heart raced, as if it were trying to escape the confines of my chest. I stood there, breath held tight, eyes glued to the flickering candlelight that trembled like my resolve. I remember the moment I first saw her. Elena, her laughter was a melody wrapped in silk, the kind that could lift the heaviest burdens, yet here she was, tangled in a web of despair. She stood, a ghost of her former self, gazing out the chapel window, her silhouette framed by the night. The moon played tricks with shadows, whispering promises it could not keep. She was so close, yet a chasm of longing lay between us, dark and forbidding. "Why do you linger?" I whispered, my voice barely breaking the silence, but it hung in the air like a thick fog, suffocating and suffused with longing. She turned, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a tempest of emotion swirling within her. I saw fear, regret, and something else, an unquenchable yearning. Eros had meddled, and in his wake, he left us both in a turmoil of desire and despair. I can't choose," she murmured, her voice cracking like thin ice underfoot. The weight of her words pressed upon me, heavy and sharp. The truth was a bitter pill, and I could feel the heat of it rising in my throat. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her into the warmth of my arms, but the insidious fear of rejection held me captive, like a prisoner in my own heart. Then there was Marcus, the man who had stolen her smile and buried it beneath layers of deceit. He was everything I despised, charming like poison, sweet on the surface but rotting beneath. I could sense him lurking in the shadows, waiting, his presence suffocating like the thick smoke curling from the extinguished candle. I could feel him, feel his cold fingers brushing against the fragile strands of our connection. He was a storm that could tear us apart, and I was powerless against the winds he stirred. "I remember the way you looked at me," I said, my voice trembling as I fought to keep the memories at bay, each vivid flash of our stolen moments, the laughter, the light. I wanted to draw her back into that warmth, to remind her of what we once had. "You were my sun, Elena. You still are." But her gaze faltered, a flicker of doubt dancing across her features, and I knew that Eros had struck again, this time with arrows dipped in shadows, and the wound was fresh. Love should have been a balm, but here it was, a knife cutting deeper. Her pain echoed my own, a symphony of heartache that we both played too well. The chapel felt alive, the stones breathing in rhythm with our hearts, a witness to our anguish. The air thickened as I took a step closer, daring to close the distance. "What if we could escape this?" I asked, desperation lacing my words. "What if we left everything behind?" Her breath hitched, a delicate gasp that sent shivers down my spine. "And go where?" "Love can't free us from the chains we forged." The truth lay heavy between us, a curse we both understood but couldn't break. I could see the struggle in her eyes, the tug of Eros orchestrating a cruel symphony, a reminder of all the choices that had led us here, poised on the precipice of despair. Outside, the city hummed with life, unaware of the chaos brewing within these walls. I could hear distant laughter, music spilling into the night, a cruel reminder of the joy that felt so far from our grasp. We were trapped in a ghost story, haunted by the past, shackled by the present. "Do you remember that night by the river?" I pressed, my voice barely shaking free of emotion. The stars felt so close, so real. We thought they were ours. "Until they weren't," she replied, her voice a whisper. "Until I chose him." The ghost of Marcus loomed larger in the shadows, a haunting reminder of what I had lost. My heart ached as I recalled that night, how she had shone like the stars above, so vibrant, so alive. Now, she was a mere echo of that light, buried beneath regret and unfulfilled dreams. Eros had spun a web, and we were caught, two souls entwined yet forever apart. Her eye softened for a moment, the flicker of hope igniting something within. But what if, no, I interrupted, urgency spilling over like a wave. Don't think like that. Because if she did, if she dared to dream again. I could already feel the weight of the choice she might make pressing upon her shoulders like a shroud. The world outside continued its relentless march, time slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. Eros is a trickster, I said, my voice low, almost reverent. He binds us with threads of desire and leaves us tangled up in our own hearts. We're just playthings to him, caught in a game we didn't choose. The shadows grew longer, the darkness creeping in, wrapping its tendrils around us, suffocating the light. I reached out, my fingers brushing against hers, a spark igniting between us, electric and raw. Choose, I urged, my heart pounding. Choose love, choose us. Let the curse break. Her breath caught, the weight of the moment suspended in time, the universe holding its breath. She looked at me, and I saw the battle raging within her, a tempest of doubts and dreams battling for dominance. Outside, the city roared, a cacophony of life, of love, of everything we longed for but could not grasp. Every laugh, every note of music, reverberated through the chapel, a reminder of all we had to lose. And in that moment, I knew the truth. Eros would always interfere, his arrows relentless, but we held the power to choose how we responded. In the crucible of our pain, the essence of love remained, a flicker in the darkness, waiting, aching to be set free. I took a deep breath, ready to fight for her, ready to fight against the cruel hand of fate that had twisted our lives into this tortured mess. But with every breath, I felt the shadows closing in, and I knew that love was not just a choice, it was a battleground. And as the clock struck 1, we stood on the precipice of everything, the weight of our choices hanging heavy in the air, caught in the gaze of Eros, whose laughter echoed like thunder in the distance, promising that the real storm was yet to come. The air hung thick, almost electric, as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the grove. Leaves rustled, whispering secrets of ancient gods and forgotten echoes. I stood there, breathless, heart pounding, a wild rhythm like a drum beckoning me closer to the truth. Daphne was somewhere near, lost in her own tempest, her skin glistening with the dew of fear and resolve. The laurel tree loomed like a sentinel, its branches heavy with promise and peril. I remember her eyes, wide and terrified, as she faced the specter of her fate. Her voice trembled, a fragile thread woven with desperation. "If I don't transform, I'll be nothing but a ghost in my own life," she had said, a shiver threading through her words. The air shimmered around us, thick with the scent of earth and something sweetly menacing. Fate had pulled tight the strings of her heart, and I felt it, the tug, the ache, the weight of her choice. Apollo, radiant and unyielding, stood at the edge of the grove, a god wrapped in the golden glow of ambition. His gaze was fierce, his intentions clear but laced with shadows. "You cannot run from your destiny, Daphne," he had shouted, the authority in his voice trembling the very earth beneath us. "You belong to me." There was a madness in his longing, a desperation that darkened the golden glow, turning sunlight into something sharp, slicing through the haze of longing and fear. I remember the way her breath hitched, her body taut like a bowstring drawn to its limit. She was a wildflower, fierce and unyielding, yet here stood a god, a titan of desire and power, demanding her surrender. "I will not be your trophy," she cried, a fierce light igniting in her. "To be yours would turn me to ash." Her words hung in the air, potent and electric, a clash of wills that sent ripples through the grove. Time slowed, stretched, expanded, like a rubber band, pulled tight, teetering on the brink of snapping. I could see the shadows creeping in, the night whispering like a lover, urging Daphne to choose. The laurel tree, a witness to countless stories of love and loss, stood solemnly, leaves shimmering like ghostly hands reaching for her. "Run!" I wanted to scream, to shatter the moment into 1,000 pieces of chaos. But how could I? I was a mere observer, a ghost floating just outside the precipice of her decision. My heart raced, caught in the web of her turmoil, feeling every pulse, every heartbeat echoing with uncertainty. With a fierce determination, Daphne took a step back, her stance defiant, the air crackling with the energy of a storm. "I will not sacrifice my spirit for the sake of your pride," she declared, her voice a clarion call slicing through the darkness. The wind howled in agreement, a swirling tempest of emotion, as if the very world conspired with her in that moment. And then she turned to the laurel tree, its gnarled branches beckoning her closer. "What if," she whispered, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. "What if I become something more? Something untouchable?" The idea, wild and reckless, danced in the air, a spark igniting the dry wood of her spirit. The ground beneath me felt alive, trembling with the weight of her thoughts, the trees holding their breath. Suddenly, the grove transformed. The shadows lengthened, dark tendrils reaching for her, and the air thickened with an ancient magic, the kind that could bind or break. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of fear and wonder, as she considered the transformation that awaited. What would it mean to be free, yet forever bound to the earth? To take the gift, yet lose her humanity? In a heartbeat, all doubts evaporated in that thick, humid air. I could feel the pulse of the earth, a deep, steady thrum as she pressed her palm against the rough bark, a fusion of life and fate. The tree trembled, as if awakening from a long slumber, and the leaves whispered, a cacophony of voices urging her on. This will change you, I thought, the weight of the moment crashing down around us like waves against a cliffside. Do it, I wanted to urge, but the words caught in my throat. My own heart ached with the weight of her choice. I could taste the bittersweet tang of destiny, the tension thick as syrup between us. Please, I muttered silently, choose wisely. But she closed her eyes, surrendering to the pull of the laurel's call. The air shimmered, a kaleidoscope of emotion washing over her, and I felt it too. A warmth spread from her fingertips, illuminating the grove, casting shadows that danced with life. The transformation erupted around us like the first light of dawn breaking through the darkest night. As she began to change, the essence of Daphne was stripped bare, woven into the fabric of the grove, the whispers of lost souls merging with her own. It felt visceral, raw, like the first gasp of breath after being pulled from the depths of a stormy sea. I could see her spirit soaring, entwined with the branches, the leaves shimmering with her essence. She was becoming a guardian, a beacon of strength, yet I mourned the girl she once was. And amid the chaos, Apollo's expression shifted, a storm of anger and despair twisted within him. "You are mine," he roared, the fury of 1,000 suns igniting in his eyes. But she was no longer just a reflection of his desire, no longer a trophy. The laurel embraced her, cradling the fierce defiance that radiated from her very core. Time fractured, moments colliding like meteors in a dark sky, and as the transformation reached its peak, the harmony of beauty and sorrow enveloped us. I was caught in the undertow. Daphne had become something more than I could comprehend, a being intertwined with earth and sky, yet I was left with the ghost of her past, the haunting echo of who she once was. In that surreal moment, I felt a flicker of both dread and awe. The world shifted, and I stood on the precipice of something profound, something terrifying. Her transformation was not just her own, it would resonate through the ages, like a rippling tide. The wind howled, the dark night painted with the intensity of her newfound power. Daphne, my friend, my sister in spirit, was forever changed, caught between the realms of the divine and the earthly, a living testament to the duality of existence. And amid the shadows, I understood, the echoes of this moment would never cease, our lives forever entwined in this haunting dance, a perpetual loop of transformation, love, and loss. The laurel leaves crunched underfoot, a brittle reminder of victory that was too often soaked in the blood of the fallen. Lila stood at the edge of the clearing, the heavy scent of damp earth mingling with the metallic tang of impending conflict. Just beyond the trees, shadows danced, and she could hear the whispers of ghosts, ancestors who had fought and bled, who had worn the laurel like a crown over their grave. You could almost taste the tension in the air, thick as fog, electric like the crackle before a storm. It wrapped around her, squeezing her heart tighter, each breath a struggle against the weight of history. I remember, Lila's voice was barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile silence. I remember the first time I saw it, the laurel, symbol of triumph. They draped it over my father's head when he returned from war. He smiled, but his eyes, they were hollow, haunted. Victory had a price, and he had paid it in blood. In that moment, the world narrowed down to just her and the memory, a bittersweet ache coursing through her veins. She clenched the laurel wreath in her hands, its edges prickly and uncomfortable. Victory had never felt so heavy. Beside her, Eli shifted, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the sun dipped like a dying ember. He was a soldier, a man forged in the fire of battle, yet tonight, he felt more like a ghost than a warrior. "You think they care about victory," he said, his voice gravelly, roughened by the weight of too many losses. "It's just another word for survival. We fight to resist the darkness, but the darkness always finds a way in." The moon cast a pale glow, illuminating the scars etched across his face, reminders of fights lost and battles won. Each mark told a story, a painful reality. Lila caught herself staring, wondering how someone so strong could feel so fragile, as if the weight of his own survival could bring him to his knees. She had seen him laugh, had watched the way his smile could light up even the darkest corners of her heart, but tonight, that light flickered dangerously close to extinguishment. "I hate it," she confessed, the truth spilling forth like a torrent. "I hate the laurel, the promise of victory. It feels like a curse. Every time I see it, I think of the ones who never came back. The ones who wore it for the last time." Her fingers trembled, the leaves slipping through her grip like memories she couldn't hold onto. "Then don't wear it." Eli's words were sharp, a dare and a plea wrapped in one. His gaze locked onto hers, fierce and unwavering. "You're not bound to the past. You can redefine what the laurel means to you." It was a challenge, a spark igniting something deep within her, something that had long been buried under layers of grief and obligation. The laurel, once a symbol of victory, could also be a badge of defiance, a declaration that they wouldn't be crushed under the weight of their ancestors' choices. "Can we really?" she asked, barely able to contain the tremor in her voice. "Can we change its meaning?" In the distance, a horn sounded, a chilling note that sliced through her thoughts. A reminder that time was slipping away, that the confrontation they had been dreading was imminent. The air shimmered with anxiety, each heartbeat loud enough to drown out the world. Eli turned, determination flooding his features. "We have to. We're not just fighting for ourselves anymore. We carry the hopes of everyone who came before us. We fight not just for victory, but for freedom. For resistance." His words echoed in the hollow of her chest, igniting embers of strength within her. The laurel could be their shield, their banner, but also their rebellion against being defined by loss. "I remember," Lila's voice rose, catching the wind like a shout. "I remember the stories they told us, the tales of heroes and glory. But what of the forgotten? What of the voices silenced by the weight of their crowns?" With each syllable, it felt as if she was shedding layers of fear, bearing her soul beneath the fragile armor of her past. Each heartbeat summoned a new resolve, a fierce desire to reclaim her narrative, to carve a path through the shadows. But there was no more time. The air crackled with a tension that sent shivers down her spine. They moved closer to the battle, the sounds of clashing steel and cries of despair looming ever nearer. The past and present collided in that moment, a tempest of emotion swirling around them. "Together," Eli said, his voice a steady anchor amidst the chaos. "We redefine the laurel. We stand against the tide." And as they stepped into the fray, hearts pounding like war drums, Lila felt the laurel wreath transform in her hands. No longer a burden, it became a symbol of their resistance, a battle cry for those who had fallen and for those still standing. The world blurred around them, a tapestry woven from the threads of pain and hope. Each clash of swords reverberated through her bones, each cry of defiance igniting a fire within her, an undeniable truth. Victory was not merely a crown, but a choice to resist, to fight, to honor the fallen by living fiercely. In that moment, under the weight of night and shadow, Lila and Eli became more than soldiers, they became the heartbeat of a rebellion that transcended time. The laurel, heavy and vibrant, became a testament to their journey, an emblem not of victory alone, but of an unyielding spirit, a fierce love that could not be extinguished, even in the darkest of times. And as they plunged into the battle, Lila whispered to the night, "I remember. I remember." The past coiled around them, but so did the promise of what was to come. Victory was never just about the laurel, it was about the fight, the resistance, the heart that beat fiercely in defiance of despair. Their story was just beginning. The night air crackled with an electric tension, a storm brewing above the fractured cityscape. Rain dripped from the rooftops, its pitter-patter echoing like the frantic heartbeat of a frightened soul. I stood on the edge of the rooftop, the world below a blurred canvas of muted colors, a watercolor of despair. The city held its breath, waiting for something, anything, to shatter the silence. Beneath me, the streets shimmered, glistening with the remnants of a day gone wrong, the aftermath of choices unmade and hearts torn asunder. I remember the moment when everything shifted. Apollo, his name like a song on my lips, stood in the doorway, eyes alight with the fire of 1,000 suns. But that fire was extinguished now, reduced to mere embers, as he clutched a crumpled letter in his fist, a love letter turned death sentence. The words bled rejection, each syllable a dagger to his heart, echoing in the cavern of his chest. "I can't," he had whispered, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders, the finality of it slicing through the air between us. I stood frozen, a statue carved from ice, as the ghost of his affection slipped away. I was there, yet somehow not, a spectre haunting my own life. My heart ached for him, a mirror reflecting his pain, a shared agony that intertwined our destinies. The yearning clawed at my insides, relentless and raw, like an animal desperate to escape its cage. I wanted to scream, to break the silence, to shake him from his stupor, but my voice caught in my throat, a shattered whisper. And then there was Lyra. She emerged from the shadows, her presence like a cool breeze on a sweltering summer night. Fear danced in her eyes, a flicker of uncertainty as she stepped between us, the chasm of rejection widening. "Apollo, wait," she pleaded, her voice trembling like a fragile thread. She reached for him, fingers outstretched, yearning to bridge the divide. But I saw the truth hidden beneath her sincerity, the desperation to claim a heart that was never hers to hold. The storm above roared, an ominous growl that reverberated through the air as if the universe itself was reacting to our turmoil. I watched as Apollo crumpled, the letter falling from his numb fingers, floating down like a feather, a delicate testament to dreams unfulfilled. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the edge of despair, but the chasm widened. He was lost, and I was powerless, a bystander in my own tragedy. I remember when you told me love was like a constellation, I murmured, not even sure if I was speaking to him or to myself. A guiding light in the darkness, unbreakable. But look at us now, adrift in this chaos. My words hung heavy, each syllable a reminder of a promise shattered, of a bond fraying at the edges. The weight of it all suffocated me, a thick fog creeping into my lungs and choking the hope that dared to linger. Lyra's breath hitched as she fought to maintain her composure, but I saw the cracks forming, the facade crumbling beneath the pressure. "It doesn't have to be like this," she insisted, but her voice was a tremor, uncertainty lacing her words. She was trying to hold on to something that had slipped away, her desperation palpable. The moon hung high, casting shadows that danced like jealous spirits, taunting us with the specter of what could have been. In that moment, I felt the ground shift beneath us, the trembling foundation of reality threatening to collapse. The night was alive with tension, a simmering pot on the verge of boiling over, and I was caught in its grasp. Apollo turned his gaze toward Lyra, and in that fleeting glance, I saw the ghost of love still flickering, like a candle struggling against the wind. "You're lying to yourself, Lyra," he said, his voice raw, tinged with grief. "You can't force a heart to love where it doesn't. It's not an equation or a puzzle to solve." His words sliced through the air, sharp and unforgiving, leaving a trail of silence that enveloped us. I wanted to scream, to shake him from his stupor, but my heart echoed the sentiment, he was right. We were all lying to ourselves, clinging to ghosts of affection that had long since faded. I remember when love felt different, vibrant and alive, like a shooting star soaring across the vast night sky. It was intoxicating, euphoric, and now, it lay before us in ashes, each breath a reminder of lives intertwined yet irrevocably separate. The storm unleashed its fury, rain pounding against the concrete, an anguished symphony reflecting the chaos within. And in that moment, I realized the truth: rejection is a beast that devours everything in its wake, leaving only echoes of what once was. Lyra stepped back, the light in her eyes dimming as if extinguished by the winds of despair. I felt the air grow thick with tension, the fear of loss wrapping around us like a shroud. I wanted to reach for her, to tell her it was okay to feel, to embrace the pain instead of running from it. But in this moment of heartbreak, the words died on my tongue, lost in the storm. And then there was silence, heavy and suffocating, wrapping its icy fingers around our hearts, squeezing until we gasped for breath. Time stretched into an eternity, every second a reminder of the fracture between us. I felt the weight of my own heartache, the longing to bridge the divide, but the chasm was too wide. I was a ship lost at sea, adrift without a compass, hopelessly searching for a shore that would never come. As the rain poured down, washing away the remnants of our shattered dreams, I looked at Apollo, at Lyra, and felt the gravity of our intertwined fates. In that moment, I accepted the truth. The consequences of rejection reverberate through the cosmos, a ripple that stretches beyond the confines of our lives. We were caught in this web of heartbreak, and as the storm raged, I knew this was only the beginning. The shadows whispered of more to come, a confrontation waiting to unfold, a reckoning hovering just beyond the horizon, where love and sorrow danced in a delicate embrace. The air hung heavy, thick like a shroud, as night fell upon the village. The trees stood silent, their gnarled branches twisting like skeletal fingers against a bruised sky. In this moment, this heart-stopping breath, nature waited, holding its breath, teetering on the edge of despair. I stood there, rooted to the ground, the cacophony of my heartbeat drowning out the whispers of the wind. Daphne was gone. I remember the way she danced, barefoot in the grass, laughter spilling from her lips like music, a melody that wrapped around the very essence of life. But now, the earth mourned in shadows, the ground shivered with grief beneath my feet. I could feel it, every tremor of sorrow echoing in my bones. The world was reeling, and I was paralyzed, a spectator to this cosmic tragedy. Do you hear that? Kale's voice broke through the silence, raw and jagged, like glass. His eyes, usually bright with mischief, were dark pools of despair. He stood beside me, fists clenched at his sides, a boy turned into a man in an instant. The weight of loss hung over him like a storm cloud, threatening to consume him whole. It's like the trees are crying. I turned my gaze to the ancient oaks, their massive trunks twisted and gnarled. Indeed, they seemed to sway, not in the dance of the wind, but in the rhythm of a mournful dirge. I remembered the stories whispered at dusk, how these woods could feel, how they could weep. Tonight, they were alive with grief, and I could almost hear their wails mingling with the rustle of leaves. I remember when she told us about the stars, I said, my voice almost lost amidst the suffocating silence. How they were the spirits of those we lost, watching over us. I laughed, a hollow sound devoid of joy. Now they feel like ghosts haunting me. Kale's eyes bore into mine, searching for truth in a fragmented world. She was one of us. How can the universe keep spinning when she's gone? His voice trembled like a fragile thread, ready to snap. I could see it, the fight within him, the raging tempest that threatened to explode into rage, or tears, or both. The shadows deepened. Time seemed to twist, elongating moments into eternity. I could see the past flitting before my eyes, memories like chains dragging me back. We had lived in fear of the dark, but in Daphne's laughter, the night had shimmered with possibility. Now, the darkness was a suffocating blanket, stifling the very breath of life. I remember, I whispered, each word a brush against my soul, the time she convinced us to sneak out and watch the moon rise. How she said it was a promise, a secret only we shared. Each syllable felt like a shard of glass cutting through the fog of despair. What is a promise worth when the one who spoke it is gone? Kale stepped forward, breaking the fragile silence with the force of unyielding grief. We have to do something. His voice cracked, the veneer of control shattering beneath the weight of his sorrow. We can't let her memory fade into the shadows. But what could we do? The earth itself seemed to weep, each droplet of rain a tear for Daphne, each gust of wind a sigh of anguish. The very soil beneath my feet felt alive, trembling, restless, as though the landscape shared our pain. I could feel the connection, a raw thread binding us to her spirit, and I closed my eyes, allowing the weight of it to wash over me. I remembered the stories of old, the earth swallowing the hearts of the lost, the cries echoing in the valleys, the mountains mourning silently. nature had a way of responding, of taking back what was borrowed. Was this what we face now, a cosmic reckoning? Hey, Kale's voice broke through my reverie, a desperate plea wrapped in heartache. If the earth grieves, maybe there's a way to bring her back. If we ask, if we plead, but I could see the futility in his eyes, the flickering hope battling with the crushing reality. I took a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of damp earth, decay, and the sweetness of waning summer. What if we can't? What if she's gone forever? The darkness encroached upon us, a living entity filled with whispers of despair. Shadows danced among the trees, teasing the edges of perception. The world felt heavy, the weight of grief wrapping around our chests until we could barely breathe. Yet, I saw something in Kale's eyes, a flicker of determination, a spark that dared to challenge fate. Then we remember, he said, voice trembling with conviction. We remember her in everything. In the laughter of the wind, in the rustle of the leaves. In the way the stars twinkle, in every drop of rain. His words sank into my heart, and I clung to them like a lifeline. How could we keep her spirit alive? How could we pull the fragments of her laughter from the darkness? Outside, the wind howled, and the trees lamented, the very earth vibrating with loss. I felt it in my marrow, a reminder that we, too, were part of this vast tapestry, woven together in pain and joy. I remember, I breathed, and the words cascaded like tears. I remember the way she loved the world, how she danced in the rain without fear. We can't let the earth forget her. The storm clouds churned above us, a tempest brewing as though the universe itself was responding to our cries. In that moment, we stood on the precipice of something profound, an understanding that grief was not just an absence but a presence, a pulse that could echo through time. I felt the earth shift beneath me, a promise whispered in the gentle rustle of the leaves, as if Daphne herself was urging us to remember, to fight against the shadows. With each heartbeat, the world around us seemed to sharpen, the colors more vivid, darker, deeper. The night whispered our names, calling us to rise against the weight of the void, to honor the laughter that once filled this very space. The shadows loomed, but in their depths lay a flicker of hope, a challenge we could not ignore. And so we stood, two souls bound by loss, ready to confront the universe with our grief. Ready to scream her name into the night and demand that the earth remembers her, forever entwined in the fabric of the stars. The grove was still, as if holding its breath, the air thick with anticipation, a silence that screamed. Daphne stood beneath the boughs, the moonlight filtering through the leaves like shards of glass, sharp and haunting. Her heart beat in a frantic rhythm, a desperate plea echoing in the emptiness. She could feel him, the hunter, with every pulse, the way a deer knows the predator is lurking, hidden in the shadows. Please, she whispered to the night, her voice barely more than a rustle in the wind. Not like this. But the world had its own cruel designs, and the woods remembered the taste of blood. She had been untouched, a nymph of the forest, a spirit of the water, graceful and free. Yet every moment had spiraled toward this impending loss of her very essence. Her skin, once kissed by sunlight, felt taut, a fragile barrier against the chaos that threatened to fold her into itself. And then, he emerged. Apollo, with eyes like molten gold and a presence that could turn the stars green with envy. He was beautiful, impossibly so, and with each step he took, her resolve quaked. There was poetry in him, a melody that danced through the air, but all she felt was a heavy weight in her chest, a mix of longing and dread. "What do you want from me?" Daphne cried out, the words clawing their way out of her throat. "Your light brings only shadows." "Daphne," he breathed, his voice a lure, a honeyed trap. "You are the only one who can quell the storm within me. Stay with me. Be mine." His words were silk, luxurious and suffocating. Could love be so binding? She felt the pull, a magnetic force that wrapped around her heart. But with love came fear, and the shadows whispered of the fate awaiting her. She remembered the tales of others, nymphs lost to desire, their very beings consumed until nothing remained but bark and leaves, their voices turned to rustling winds. "I remember," she murmured, fighting against the tide of his gaze. "I remember the stories. The trees whisper of those who have loved too deeply. In that moment, a crackle of energy surged through the air, a stark reminder that the cosmos was watching, waiting. The ground trembled beneath her feet as if the earth was a living thing, hungry to reclaim what was never truly free. Daphne clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, desperate for some grounding as the world around her spun. "I can offer you eternity," he implored, stepping closer, his warmth igniting a fire within her. "Together, we can be more than mere whispers in the wind." But he didn't understand. Eternity was a cage, and love was a trickster. The shadows danced closer, dark and insistent. Could she ever be anything but a fleeting fantasy, a figment of his desire? "In your arms, I would drown," she cried, tears spilling over like fresh rain. "I would lose myself, and I cannot bear to become a ghost." And yet, there was a flicker of hope in her heart, a wild, reckless flame that wanted to leap toward him. Perhaps they could forge a path between their worlds, a space where light and shadow could coexist. But it was folly, the kind of delusion that lead nymphs to their doom. As she wavered, the grove began to shift, the trees whispering with urgency. Their leaves rustled like 1,000 voices, warning her of the price of surrender. She could feel the sap rising in her veins, the slow, inevitable transformation looming just beyond the edge of her consciousness. Apollo reached for her, his fingers brushing against her arm, igniting a tempest of sensation that left her breathless. "Choose me," he said, desperation lining his voice. "Let us breathe life into one another." But his words fell into the chasm of her fear. The memories swirled around her, the tales told in the dark. She remembered the nymphs who had danced beneath the stars, only to find themselves trapped in the bark of trees, their laughter silenced forever. "I cannot," Daphne gasped, her heart breaking as the shadows grew thicker, coiling around her like serpents. "I refuse to be your trophy, your adornment." And it was then, as she turned to flee, that she felt it, the earth pulling her down, the roots of the world grasping at her ankles, wrapping her in their suffocating embrace. The very ground she had loved, the earth that had nurtured her spirit, was now betraying her. She felt the change, the slow encroachment of wood and bark into her flesh, the bitter taste of surrender flooding her mouth. "Daphne!" Apollo's voice cracked, a raw, haunting sound that split the night. But it was too late. She could feel her body hardening, her heart pounding against the confines of her new form, a desperate thrum that resonated with the pulse of the world. "Please don't leave me." But the forest was relentless. She could see him, the agony on his face, a reflection of her own despair. One last glance at the man who had been both salvation and demise. "Forgive me," she whispered, the words a leaf carried away by the wind. And as the shadows closed in, Daphne surrendered. The transformation swept over her like a storm, a violent rush that stole away her breath and replaced it with sap. She felt her limbs stretch, reach, and calm, turn to limbs of a tree, strong and silent, the heartwood of her being merging with the earth she had loved so dearly. No more fear, no more heartbreak. Just the weight of eternity settling around her, the whispers of the forest cradling her soul. And Apollo stood there, a solitary figure in the moonlight, the man who had wanted to love her, now left with nothing but shadows and memories. "Daphne," he called again, but the trees no longer echoed with her name. All that remained was the haunting rustle of leaves, a testament to what had been lost, an eternal reminder of love's cruelest fate. In the stillness of the night, under the watchful gaze of the stars, she felt the universe shift. The transformation had begun, a cycle as old as time itself, the bittersweet blending of love and despair. And the world moved on, unaware of the heart it had turned to wood. The clock struck midnight, an echoing chime that resonated through the empty streets, a ghostly reminder that time still marched on, even when sorrow stood still. In the heart of the city, shadows danced under the faint glow of flickering streetlights, whispering secrets of memories lost, and among them stood Apollo, lost in his own lament, the weight of his grief clinging to him like a shroud. I remember the moment his world shattered. I remember the silence that followed, a profound stillness that swallowed him whole. The air was thick, every breath a struggle, every heartbeat a reminder of the void left behind. Around him, the city thrummed with life, but he felt like a phantom wandering through a world that no longer belonged to him. And then there was Cassie, her laughter echoing in his mind, a haunting melody that wrapped around him like a warm embrace, but felt, in truth, like icy fingers tracing his spine. She was vibrant, a burst of color in his monochrome existence, and now she was just a ghost, her memory a breathy whisper that taunted him in the darkest hours of the night. Apollo, she used to call him, her voice a sweet note in a symphony of chaos. Life doesn't stop for anyone. But what did she know of grief? What did she know of the aching void that gnawed at his insides like a ravenous beast? Now, every corner he turned, every faded poster that fluttered in the wind, reminded him of her absence. He stumbled through the streets, the cobblestones slick with rain, as if the heavens themselves were mourning alongside him. He remembered the last time they walked here together, fingers intertwined, hearts beating in sync, an unbroken rhythm that felt like eternity. But eternity had betrayed him, and now he walked alone, a solitary figure in a sea of bustling nightlife, a stark contrast to the laughter that once filled the air. Why didn't I save you? The question clawed at him, sharp and relentless, demanding answers he didn't have. He could still feel her warmth, her smile, the way she lit up when they spoke of dreams, of galaxies far away, of stars that seemed to shimmer just for them. Now, those dreams felt like shards of glass, cutting into him with every thought. And then there was Leo, a friend caught in the tempest of Apollo's sorrow, burdened by the weight of watching his best friend unravel. Leo's heart was heavy, his hands trembling with the urge to reach out but paralyzed by fear. Fear of the abyss that Apollo seemed to hover over like a moth to a flame. You don't have to be alone, he would say, his voice a whisper against the raging storm of Apollo's grief. But what could he say that would soothe the ache? What could he offer that would mend the fissures in Apollo's heart? Do you think she's looking down on us? Apollo asked one night, the moon a silver sentinel watching over their despair. Leo shifted uncomfortably, pulling at his collar as if it could strangle the tension between them. I don't know, man. The honesty hung between them like a fragile thread, ready to snap at any moment. But as the hours passed, and the shadows lengthened, Apollo felt the weight of his grief overwhelm him, drowning out the world around. He saw Cassie in everything, the red scarf fluttering on a passing woman, the way a child's laughter echoed in the alleyways, each moment a reminder of what was lost. It's not fair, he whispered, fury and heartache boiling within. It's just not fair. His fists clenched, nails digging into his palms as if he could channel the pain somewhere else, anywhere but in his heart. Leo remained silent beside him, an anchor in the tempest, though he felt his own sorrow clawing at him, desperate to escape. You have to let it out, he urged gently, but Apollo recoiled, as if the very act of sharing would fracture the last remnants of his spirit. But then, in the depths of despair, a memory flickered alive, Cassie, with sunlight pouring through the trees, laughing as she chased butterflies in a field. The whole world felt so alive then, vibrant and untamed. You always wanted to catch the stars, he whispered to the night, a desperate plea, a lamentation. But I couldn't even save you. Every night, he returned to that field in his mind, to the warmth of her laughter, to the way she spun, arms wide open to the sky. But now the skies felt heavy, pregnant with unuttered words, with the sorrow of 1,000 unshared dreams. The colors faded, and all that remained was a monochrome existence that threatened to swallow him whole. Do you think she wanted us to be like this? Leo finally broke the silence, his voice shaky, but the question was loaded, heavy with uncertainty. Apollo's heart twisted painfully, the memory of Cass's smile flashing before him, a light in the darkness, an eternal flame extinguished too soon. Maybe she wanted us to remember, he said, the words barely a whisper, as if saying them aloud would conjure her spirit back into the world. Maybe she wanted us to live, even when it hurts. In that moment, the shadows closed in, a suffocating blanket that threatened to engulf him. But beneath the weight of the night, amidst the ghosts and whispers of memories, Apollo felt a flicker of hope, the tiniest spark that reminded him he was still alive. Yet the confrontation loomed, an inevitable reckoning with himself, as the clock continued its relentless march, each tick a reminder that time could never be taken back. Grief was a heavy coat he wore, but perhaps Cassie had left him with more than just sorrow. Perhaps, beneath the morning, lay a call to remember her laughter, her spirit, and the insignificance of their earthly struggles against the vast cosmos. As the night deepened, the city around him pulsated with life, a stark contrast to the chaos within. In this cosmic dance of stars and shadows, Apollo stood on the precipice of despair and hope, suspended between the two, ready to confront the darkest corners of his heart. The confrontation with his grief was inevitable, the intensity of it almost unbearable. But beneath the storm, a still, small voice whispered, urging him to remember, to mourn, and to forge ahead into the unknown, because life, despite its cruelest betrayals, still twinkled like stars in the dark vastness. And somewhere in that vastness, he hoped, she was watching. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, a bittersweet perfume that seemed to pulse with life. I stood on the edge of the clearing, heart racing, eyes wide. Shadows danced beneath the trees, whispering secrets only the wind could understand. Above, the moon hung low, a ghostly eye watching, judging, as if it knew the fragile threads of this night would weave destinies. This was a moment suspended between what was and what could be, a heartbeat caught in the fragile web of love, loss, and the unbreakable bonds of history. Where are you? The question echoed in my mind, a mantra that repeated in the hollow of my chest. Avery had promised to be here, but the seconds stretched into an eternity, thickening the air with dread. I remember the last words we exchanged, sharp and bitter, like a snapped twig underfoot. You don't understand me. You're lost in your fantasies. I had shouted, and now, as I awaited her arrival, the shroud of regret enfolded me like a second skin. A rustle broke the silence, and I turned, hope igniting before it was snuffed out by the sight of a shadowed figure. It was only Thomas, his face pale under the silver moonlight. I could see the worry etched in the deep lines of his forehead. She's not coming, is she? His voice was a tremor, a tightrope stretched to the breaking point. She will, I insisted, the words tasting like ash on my tongue. I was deceiving myself, clinging to the fraying threads of our shared dreams. Avery had been the sun that pulled me from the darkness, and now I was adrift without her light. I could feel the roots of despair creeping into my heart, their grip tightening every moment. Maybe it's for the best, Thomas offered, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of hope. This festival, do not speak of the festival. I snapped, rage bubbling to the surface. The Laurel Festival, a celebration born from the ashes of our love, was supposed to be our triumph. The culmination of whispered dreams and stolen moments. Now it felt like a grim mockery, a hollow shell rattling in the wind. It's a lie. We built it on broken promises. A silence settled between us, heavy like the fog creeping in from the river. The festival was a testament to our love, a living tapestry of laughter and tears woven together, yet here we stood, two ghosts haunting the remnants of what could have been. I could feel my heartache resonate through the thickening gloom. The air was electric, crackling with unspoken words as I struggled to breathe, to find some semblance of strength. And then, a figure emerged from the shadows, her silhouette framed by the soft glow of lanterns flickering to life. Avery! My breath caught in my throat, each second stretching into an eternity as I memorized the way she walked, the grace that seemed both ethereal and grounded, her wild hair cascading like a waterfall of stars. But the spark in her eyes was extinguished, replaced by a storm of emotions I could not decipher. I came, she said, her voice trembling like dry leaves caught in a gust. I had to come. But even as she spoke, I saw the resignation etched in her features, a haunting shadow that mirrored my own despair. Why did you leave? The words slipped out before I could catch them, laced with desperation. We could have made this right, Avery. A flicker of pain crossed her face, and she stepped closer, the distance between us charged with unresolved tension. I had to find myself. I was losing myself in your dreams, in our plans, and it terrified me. Tears glimmered in her eyes, reflecting the moonlight like fragile crystals. I can't be just a shadow in the festival, Ethan. I need to be more. For us, for me. As her words sank in, an ache settled in my chest, a weight that felt like lead. And what about us? The love we shared, the dreams we built. I was pleading now, clinging to the remnants of our past like a shipwrecked sailor to a splintered piece of wood, desperate for any sign that she still believed in us. It's not enough, she whispered, a haunting melody that echoed in the stillness. The festival, it's beautiful, but it can't replace the reality of us. Each word was a dagger, carving deeper into the fragile fabric of my heart. It can't hold the weight of our regrets. Thomas shifted awkwardly, his presence a reminder that the world continued to spin even as our hearts shattered. The lanterns flickered in the wind, casting shadows that danced like phantoms, a reflection of the turmoil within. I felt exposed, raw, as if the very essence of my soul was laid bare before them. Then let's rewrite it, I urged, desperation clawing at my throat. Let's use the festival to tell our story, to heal what's broken. Let it be a tribute to our love, a beacon to show that we can rise from the ashes. Avery's eyes sparked with something, curiosity, perhaps, or hope, but it was quickly snuffed out by the weight of reality. And what if we can't? What if we're just fooling ourselves? She countered, her voice trembling on the cusp of despair and defiance. What if this festival becomes a monument to our failure instead? The shadows closed in tighter, weaving around us like the threads of fate, binding us to this moment that felt both infinite and fleeting. I could sense the clock ticking, each heartbeat echoing the urgency of our time together. We were caught in the web of our shared history, a tapestry woven with the threads of love and sorrow, joy and regret. As the moon hung high, a silent witness to our struggles, I took a step forward, my heart igniting with a flicker of defiance. Let's not allow fear to dictate our choices, I said, my voice steady. Let's make it a festival of love, of healing. We can honor our past and embrace our future. Avery looked at me, her expression a storm of emotions, and for a moment, I saw the spark of agreement flicker in her eyes. But the shadows loomed larger, and I could feel the weight of time pressing down upon us. The festival would begin, whether we were ready or not. Whether we were together or apart. Ethan, she began, but the words faltered. The tension hung between us, a fragile bridge built on the wreckage of our hearts. And as the first notes of the festival began to echo through the trees, I felt the world shift around us, swirling with the energy of possibility, of what could be. But even as hope flickered, I sensed the shadows closing in, reminding me that love, like time, is both a gift and a curse. In that moment, as the whispers of the past intertwined with the dreams of the future, I knew this was not just the beginning of a festival, but the birth of something far more profound. The layers of our hearts would be laid bare, raw and unfiltered, in the glow of the night. And as the first lanterns lit up the sky, I took a breath, feeling the electric energy of the moment, knowing that whatever came next would change everything. The legacy of our love was just beginning to write itself, each heartbeat echoing the promise that we were still here, still fighting, still alive in this dance of shadows and light. The moon hung high, a ghostly witness cloaked in shadows, as the night air thickened with tension. I stood on the precipice of dread, heart pounding in my chest like a war drum, the world around me vibrating with an electric intensity. The forest whispered secrets into the silence, each rustle a soft scream, a reminder of what was at stake. Daphne, her spirit as fierce as a tempest, had turned her back on the sunlit chase of love, and yet Apollo, the radiant god of light, was racing toward her with reckless abandon. I remember the moment of collision, the wild energy crackling like lightning, the unrelenting pull of fate between them. Daphne, a brilliant wisp of defiance, with hair like curling tendrils of smoke, stood rooted in her resolve, unwilling to succumb to the sweet poison of Apollo's charm. Her breath came quick, each inhale a rebellion against the weight of expectation, against a love that felt more like chains than freedom. I remember, she whispered, her voice tinged with fear and fury, the day I chose the forest over the crown of your heart. And then there was Apollo, every inch the embodiment of yearning and despair, his golden skin gleaming under the pallor of the moon. He was both predator and prey, the embodiment of a love that burned hot and cold. His eyes flickered with desperation, each pulse echoed the longing he felt for the ethereal nymph who could not see him, not truly. I remember, he cried out, voice cracking like the fragile branches overhead, when I first heard your laughter, a sound so exquisite it became my own haunting. The world around them transformed into a battleground of emotion, the air thick with the scent of earth and longing. There was a palpable rift, the space between them electric. Daphne wanted to be more than a prize, more than a song sung by the god who thought he could claim her heart with mere melodies. Her feet were rooted in the soil, in the essence of the life she had chosen, in the pulse of the trees that surrounded her, whispering sweet promises of freedom. I am not yours to conquer, she shouted, defiance igniting her every word. But Apollo, oh, how he burned! His heart a wildfire, his desire an all-consuming flame. He was a delicate balance of beauty and pain, an artist painting his very soul onto the canvas of the night. You are the light I seek, the truth I chase, he declared, stepping closer, the distance between them dissipating like morning mist. Without you, I am merely a shadow of myself, a husk, a melody without a song. And yet, as his words hung heavy in the air, they morphed into something darker, a bleak reminder of the chase that would lead to ruin. The branches above twisted ominously, casting jagged shadows that danced like wraiths. I could feel the tension crackling, a storm building, as Daphne's resolve wavered just for a heartbeat. There was a fleeting moment, just a heartbeat, when her heart echoed his cry, when the thrill of his pursuit mingled with the sweetness of surrender. But oh, the horror of choice! The ghosts of expectations loomed large, whispering the sins of those who had loved before. I will not fall, she gasped, her voice trembling like the leaves in the wind, not into your arms, nor into a fate that binds me. And with those words, she turned, her form shimmering in the moonlight, transforming, becoming a tree, roots digging deep, branches stretching skyward in desperate rebellion. The moment hung, suspended in time, as Apollo stopped, anguish etching deep lines into his perfect brow. No! His voice was raw, a primal scream that fractured the night. You cannot leave me. I will chase you to the ends of the earth. But she was gone, a haunting silhouette forever etched into the fabric of his soul, her choice, a divine curse woven by the fates. The air around him crackled with the weight of his unfulfilled desire, the tangled emotion swirling like smoke. He stood there, the light a mere flicker, the darkness swallowing him whole. I remember, he whispered, tears blurring the sharp edges of his reality, when love didn't feel like loss. And so the night stretched on, a canvas painted with the agonizing brushstrokes of longing and despair, an eternal reminder of what once was and what could never be. The story of Daphne and Apollo rippled through time, a tragic ballad that spoke to the hearts of poets and painters, echoing in their art like a ghostly lament. Every brushstroke captured the fleeting moment of their love, the chase, the flight, the transformation, a haunting blend of ecstasy and agony. In every literature, their tale resonated, a mirror reflecting the grotesque beauty of desire and rejection. Artists found themselves captivated by the tension, the sharpness of the moment. They poured their souls onto canvases, painted Daphne in vibrant greens, her spirit intertwining with the roots of the trees, while Apollo was a golden sunbeam, lost and searching, forever extending a hand toward shadows. And I remember, how each retelling dug deeper into my own heart, each stanza a dagger that cut through the fabric of time. The world spun with their story, each retelling rippling outward like waves across a darkened sea, haunting every artist who dared to grapple with the rawness of human emotion. As I stood there, the forest around me pulsated with life, shadows dancing in the moonlight. I felt their presence, Daphne and Apollo, woven into the very threads of my being. Their story, a relentless echo, forever entwined with sorrow and beauty, forever unfinished, forever drawing me deeper into its depths. The tension remained, alive and vibrant, as the winds whispered their names into the void, and I stood there, breathless, waiting for the next heartbeat of their tale. The moon hung low, a bitter sliver of silver slicing through the velvety darkness, as Apollo stood alone on the rooftop, the cold wind weaving its fingers through his hair. He breathed in the night, heavy and fragrant with the faintest hint of jasmine from the gardens below, a scent that clung to her, the ghost of Daphne. With every breath, a piece of his soul escaped, floating into the shadowy abyss, mingling with stars that seemed too far away to notice his suffering. The city pulsed beneath him, alive with laughter and music, yet he felt like an island in a sea of despair. His heart, a relentless drum, beat a rhythm of longing and despair. I remember, he whispered, the words hanging in the air like a prayer, heavy and unfulfilled. I remember the first time I saw her, how sunlight danced in her hair, how every word she spoke was a thread that wove itself into the fabric of my being. He clenched his fists, his nails biting into his palms, but the pain was nothing compared to the ache inside him, the gaping void where love thrived but could never flourish. Daphne, the embodiment of everything sacred and wild, now stood at the edge of his mind, an unreachable star. She roamed through every pulse of his existence, a constant reminder of what was never meant to be. Her laughter echoed against the walls of his heart, sharp and sweet, a haunting melody that summoned the specters of his most intimate dreams and most profound fears. He could almost taste the bitterness of her absence, a tangible thing, like ash on his tongue. He recalled the way she would talk about the world, her eyes bright with dreams, each word a beacon cutting through the fog of his loneliness. "You're a god," she would tease, her laughter a cascade of light. "But I'm just a girl." Even in her playful dismissal, Apollo felt the weight of her words, the sharp knife that cut deeper with every laugh. He was a god, yes, but even gods were not immune to the cruel twist of unrequited love. There was a chasm between them, an insurmountable distance made of her indifference and his consuming passion. "What do you do when your heart burns for someone who doesn't even see you?" he murmured to the night, his voice cracking under the weight of his vulnerability. He was both hero and fool, a dazzling sun trapped in an endless cycle of longing. Beneath the veneer of his divinity, he was a man in love, a man broken, a man unraveling. In the corner of his mind, a memory flickered, a stolen moment. They had stood by the river, the water glistening like diamonds under the sun. "Look," she had said, her finger tracing the surface as if she could touch the very essence of the world. "Life is like this river, always flowing, always moving. We can never hold it still." He had wanted to dive into that river, to lose himself in the currents, to drown in the possibility of her. But instead, he stood frozen, an observer, yearning to leap while knowing he would only sink. Time was a twisted joke, a cruel master that played with feelings as if they were mere toys. Hours turned into days, days into months, and still, Apollo waited. Each sunrise felt like a dagger to his heart, reminding him of the love that thrived only in the shadows of his mind. The sun, his eternal companion, became a tormentor, rising bright yet painfully illuminating the truth that she was not his. But tonight, the tension was palpable. He felt it in his bones, something was coming. A whisper of fate danced on the winds, teasing his senses. He leaned over the edge, heart racing, eyes scanning the streets below. The laughter swelled like a tide, a wave of joy crashing against his shore of sorrow. And then he saw her. Daphne, spinning in the glow of lantern lights, surrounded by friends, her laughter a symphony that shattered the silence of his anguish. The world faded, a blur of color and sound, until only she remained, radiant and unreachable. He should have turned away, should have let the moment slip through his fingers, but his body betrayed him. There he stood, caught between the allure of her beauty and the agony of his unrequited desire. "I remember," he choked out, the words clawing at his throat, desperate for release. "I remember how you made me feel alive, but now I feel dead inside. Why can't you see me?" The question echoed in his mind, a haunting refrain that refused to be silenced. It merged with the sounds of the night, a call that transcended mere words, a primal scream that reverberated through the cosmos. He was a star, dimming, flickering against the expanse of her indifference, and no matter how brightly he shone, she remained blissfully unaware. The moment stretched, a taut wire ready to snap. The laughter from below twisted like a knife in his chest. Could she feel it? The yearning? The pain? Did she even know he existed? The moon cast her light upon him, a spotlight illuminating his suffering, as if the universe conspired to lay bare his heart. "Please," he whispered into the void, the word carrying the weight of an ocean's depth. "Just look my way." But she danced, oblivious, caught in the web of her own dreams, and Apollo was left to bear the burden of loving someone who could never love him back. The night deepened, shadows stretching into the corners of his mind. A storm brewed within him, dark and electric, ready to unleash a torrent of emotion. The confrontation was inevitable. The moment would come when he would have to face her, to bear the wounds of his heart, to scream into the universe that he was more than just a god. He was a man, aching, wanting, longing. And as the stars blinked above, Apollo knew that this cycle of suffering would not end until he found the courage to step into the light, to confront the truth of his unrequited love. The world held its breath, waiting for the moment when shadows would collide with the light, when silence would break, and a heart would either shatter or finally be set free. The night lingered, thick with tension, pregnant with the possibility of what was to come. The silence was deafening, wrapping around the three souls like a shroud as they stood at the edge of the world, a crumbling precipice that echoed with the weight of untold choices. Below, the jagged rocks whispered secrets of the past, a churning sea of fate that clawed hungrily at the shore. It was here, at this razor-thin edge where destiny knotted itself into a noose, that I saw them, the Moirai, cloaked in shadows, their presence a creeping chill that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I could feel the pulse of fear, the raw humanity of it, coursing through the air, thick as blood. Their fingers, delicate yet unyielding, twined the strands of mortal lives, each thread shimmering like the flicker of a dying star. Clotho, with her spinning wheel, wove fresh beginnings. Lachesis, her eyes dark pools of judgment, measured out the threads, and Atropos, the harbinger of endings, brandished her scissors, gleaming and merciless. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs like a caged creature desperate for escape. I looked at Marcus, his face twisted in a mask of desperation, his dreams crumbling like the earth beneath our feet. "I can't let it end this way," he gasped, voice threading through the air, filled with a mixture of defiance and dread. A man whose ambitions once soared high, now grounded by the weight of impending doom. He had always been a flame flickering in the wind, but now he was barely a spark. Beside him stood Ilara, her eyes wide, reflecting the turmoil roiling within. "We can't fight them," she whispered, her voice a fragile whisper that barely held back the tide of despair. "They are fate. We can't escape." But even as she spoke, I could see the flicker of rebellion in her core, a stubborn ember refusing to die. She had always been the one to dream of freedom, yet here she was, shackled by the very chains of destiny that promised to drag her under. "Fate is a cruel mistress," I murmured, my own voice sounding foreign, caught in the whirlwind of our despair. "But we have choices." I remembered the times under the moonlit sky when our laughter danced with the stars. I remembered how we felt invincible, how we dared to challenge the cosmos itself. How foolish we were to think we could rewrite our stories. The Moirai's presence loomed larger, shadows stretching like fingers, clawing at the edges of our resolve. Time was a thief, stealing every moment, every breath. The clock was ticking, echoing in my ears, a relentless reminder that the threads of our lives were thinning, fraying at the seams. I felt it, a growing desperation that clawed at my insides. "Marcus," I choked out, reaching for him, "we can't let them take this from us." But as I spoke, I felt the weight of 1,000 dreams, a torrent of memories that crashed down like waves, blurring the line between past and present. We were fools, dreaming of futures that danced on the edge of a knife, and now, we were left teetering, poised to fall into the abyss. "Look," he said suddenly, his voice rising with a hint of wildness, "we can change this. We are more than what the Moirai dictate." The conviction in his voice ignited a flicker of hope within me. I felt it rise, a flame against the chill of despair. But Ilara, ever the pragmatist, shook her head, tears spilling like rain down her cheeks. "What if we're wrong? What if we provoke them? The Moirai do not forgive." Her fear was palpable, a shadow creeping in, threatening to snuff out any light we dared to kindle. The Moirai were watching, their eyes glimmering with the secrets of the universe, and in that moment, I understood. They relished our turmoil, our struggle, a theater of humanity playing out before them, raw and unfiltered. They were the puppeteers, and we were the marionettes, dancing on strings woven from our own desperation. "I remember," I whispered, and in that remembrance, a wave of desperation washed over me in moments with Marcus, with Ilara, moments that had built our fragile hopes. The nights spent counting stars, the days spent believing we could outmaneuver the fates, but what were we but grains of sand in a storm? The air was electric, charged with unsaid words and unshared fears, as Marcus took a step forward, breaking the stillness like glass. "If we're going to fight, we fight together." His voice held a fierce resolve that steadied me in my anchor in the tempest of despair. I nodded, feeling the weight of our hearts entwined in a bond that defied the very fabric of existence, stitched together with the threads of shared dreams and fears. But as we prepared to confront the Moirai, the shadows thickened, and the air grew colder, wrapping around us like a funeral shroud. I could see the strands of fate shimmering, flickering dangerously close to severing. "We need to make our choice, now," Marcus urged, his voice a whip crack through the tension, and I felt it, an urgency that pulsed within me, quickening my heartbeat. Ilara took a deep breath, her resolve blossoming amidst the fear. Together, she said, each syllable a shield against the encroaching darkness. And in that moment, as we stood poised on the edge of fate, I felt the world shift, the air thickening, the ground quaking. The Moirai were not just observers, they were the architects of our destiny, but today, we would not go quietly into that night. As the scissors glinted menacingly in Atropo's grasp, I felt the first stirrings of defiance rise within me, an ancient fire awakening from its slumber. The Moirai may hold the threads of our lives, but they did not hold our will. Together, I whispered, and the wind howled in reply, a prelude to a storm that promised to shatter everything we thought we knew. The darkness loomed, but we would stand against it, refusing to be mere pawns in a game played by those who believed themselves gods. And I could feel it, the weight of the cosmos pressing down, the fabric of time rippling like water, ready to swallow us whole. In that moment, I realized, fate was not an end, but a beginning, a canvas we would paint with our defiance, a story waiting to be rewritten. As the shadows closed in, we stood together, three souls bound by choice and defiance, ready to face the Moirai and whatever fate lay in wait. And in that charged silence, we became something more than ourselves, something that could bend the very fabric of the universe. The scissors gleamed in the dark, and I knew, it was far from over. The air crackled with unspent tension, a stillness so thick it pressed against Daphne's chest like an iron hand. She stood on the precipice of the glimmering lake, her heart racing to a rhythm that echoed through the trees. Moonlight danced on the water's surface, an invitation and a warning all at once. Each ripple whispered of secrets too dangerous to claim, of desires that twisted like the roots of the ancient oaks around her. She could feel him, the hunter, close, his presence a storm cloud darkening her once serene world. I remember when the woods whispered soft lullabies, she murmured to the shadows, her voice trembling. Before the hunt began. Before I became prey. The sleek, restless surface of the lake mirrored her thoughts, flickering between serenity and chaos. She could almost see him, the man who hunted her not for sport but for something darker, a possession veiled in the guise of love. She had tasted that sweetness, that bitter fruit of desire, but now it soured on her tongue. Daphne, daughter of the earth and water, bound to the whims of fate, longed for the fierce autonomy that felt constantly just out of reach, like a moth flitting toward a flame. A rustle in the underbrush made her heart stutter, a reminder of his relentless pursuit. His name, once a gentle whisper, now felt like a curse lodged in her throat. Apollo. The sun god, a radiant figure of light and warmth, who had turned her dreams into nightmares. Every encounter had been a dance on the edge of a knife, both intoxicating and deadly. "Why can't you see me?" she cried into the night. "Why can't you feel the chains you've forged?" The world around her vibrated with a throbbing energy, a pulse that synchronized with her mounting despair. Daphne's heart raced with a fear deeper than the darkest depths of the lake. She was not just a nymph, a fleeting beauty to be admired, she was a spirit yearning for freedom, shackled by the very love that sought to elevate her. "How can you claim to love me when it is only your desire that you honor?" The stars above shimmered, indifferent witnesses to her plight. A sudden snap of a twig shattered the fragile silence, and she spun around, breath-catching. There he stood, Apollo, framed by the silver glow of the moon, a vision of contradiction. His eyes, bright and clear, held the gleam of the sun, yet they were clouded by hunger. "Daphne," he said, voice smooth as honey, yet laced with an urgency that sent shivers down her spine. It was a call, a command, a promise. "Come." The word lingered in the air, heavy and suffocating. She could feel her resolve waver, the magnetic pull of his presence tugging at her soul. "I will not be your trophy," she retorted, the defiance laced with desperation. "You seek to bind me, but I am the wild, untamed spirit of the forest." His smile faltered, just for a moment, revealing the flicker of something more profound, a fear buried beneath his bravado. "You do not understand," he said, taking a step closer, the moonlight illuminating the sharp angles of his face, the beauty of his form. "This is love, Daphne. This is destiny." Destiny. The word tasted bitter on her tongue. "Is it destiny when you strip me of my freedom? Is it love when you seek to possess what cannot be owned?" She took a step back, the cool water lapping at her feet, grounding her in the moment. I am not a song to be sung, nor a story to be told. I am flesh and bone, a spirit born of earth, wild and free. But he moved forward, an unstoppable force, the glow of the moon reflecting the desperation in his eyes. You think you know freedom, but you do not. You hide in the shadows, afraid of what you could become. Let me show you. The air thickened, heavy with the promise of a confrontation that loomed like thunderclouds on the horizon. Daphne's pulse quickened, her instincts screaming for her to flee, yet she stood firm, rooted to the ground. Show me? Or bind me? The question hung between them, a fragile thread trembling in the night air. For a heartbeat, they were suspended in time, two souls intertwined in a dance of desire and defiance. Behind him, the trees whispered warnings, their ancient wisdom a reminder of the fate that awaited those ensnared in the web of love. She could feel the weight of history pressing down on her, the stories of nymphs who had become shadows, echoes of their former selves. I refuse to be another tale of loss. I will not become a ghost haunting these woods, she breathed, the conviction in her voice cutting through the tension. A flicker of regret crossed his face, a fleeting ghost of understanding. You think I want to change you, he implored, desperation creeping into his tone. I want to elevate you. To share my light with you. The earnestness in his voice was almost enough to sway her heart. But the memory of her mother's laughter, lost to the currents of time, invoked a strength within her. No, Apollo. You wish to claim me as your own, to dim my light beneath the brilliance of your sun. Tears stung her eyes, but she blinked them away, refusing to be vulnerable in his gaze. I will not surrender my spirit. I will carve my own path. The silence that followed felt vast and eternal, each breath weighted by the gravity of their unspoken truths. In that moment, Daphne realized that this was not merely a battle of wills but a collision of souls, both searching for their own kind of freedom. Two flawed beings trapped in a cycle of desire and fear, unaware of the beauty that lay in letting go. And as the night deepened, Daphne stepped away from the edge of the water, the moonlight fading behind a veil of clouds, a harbinger of the storm to come. In her heart, she felt the tremors of a choice that echoed through the cosmos, a desire for autonomy against the backdrop of an eternity that loomed just beyond her reach. The confrontation was not finished, it had only just begun. I remember the moment the sun vanished, swallowed whole by the horizon, leaving behind a sky bruised with shades of violet and crimson. The air thickened, electrified with anticipation, as if the universe itself held its breath. Chilling whispers caught in the wind carried stories of love and loss, and I, a mere spectator, felt every beat of their ancient hearts. There, on the precipice of madness, stood Lyra, the embodiment of longing. Her silhouette trembled against the fading light, a fierce warrior bound by chains of passion and the desire for freedom. A single tear rolled down her cheek, glistening like a fallen star. She was caught in the net of her own desires, tangled in the raw, unyielding threads of fate. I could see the fire in her eyes, a tempest raging against the calm facade of the dying day. Why, she whispered to no one, her voice barely rising above the rustle of leaves. Why must I choose between love and the wildness of my soul? I felt that question claw at my insides, a haunting echo reverberating through the chasms of my heart. Across the clearing, Callias watched, the very embodiment of heartache. His hands trembled, fingers digging into the earth, as if trying to anchor himself against the storm brewing within. His love for Lyra was a double-edged sword, sharp enough to cut. Each heartbeat felt like a clash of steel, both exhilarating and debilitating. I cannot hold you, he shouted, desperation spilling over like ink on parchment. And yet, I cannot let you go. In that moment, I felt the weight of their passion, an overwhelming force that threatened to crush the very life out of them. The air crackled with their unspoken truths, the tension palpable, a symphony of heartbreak and hope, a dance of shadows beneath the moonlit sky. Lyra turned, her gaze fierce and wild, defiance painted across her features. You think love is a cage, Callias? It's a flame, consuming everything in its path. Her voice was a tempest, fierce and unrelenting. I refuse to be bound by your visions of safety. I watched as she stepped closer to the edge, the abyss calling to her, promising liberation. Each step ignited a primal fear within Callias, his heart thrumming a warning. "No," he cried out, a sound that sliced through the stillness, desperation laid thick like the fog rolling in from the sea. "Don't do this. The fire may burn you alive." But she laughed. Oh, how that laugh rang out, a haunting melody against the encroaching darkness. And what of it? What is life without the burn? What is passion if not a dance with destruction? I could feel the ground shift beneath us, the earth trembling with the weight of choices unmade, futures untold. Shadows flickered and danced in the corners of my vision, as if the very souls of the damned were watching, relishing the chaos. Callias took a step forward, his voice low and trembling. "You think you seek freedom, but what you crave is the very thing that will ensnare you. Love is not liberation, it is a chain forged in fire." The words hung in the air, raw and naked, like the truth too unbearable to face. "I remember," Lyra replied, her voice barely above a whisper, "the promise of the wind, the call of distant shores. They pull at me like a siren song, begging me to break free from the anchor of love." A chill washed over me as I realized the depth of her struggle, one that resonated through centuries. The dichotomy of passion and freedom stretched like a taut string ready to snap, vibrating with the pain of their shared history and the weight of their decisions. Callias faltered, his resolve weakening. "But what of us?" he begged, the vulnerability in his eyes cracking through the walls he'd built. "What of the memories we forged together? The laughter, the dreams?" Lyra's heart wavered, torn between the seductive pull of the unknown and the warmth of a love so deep it threatened to drown her. "The memories, Callias, they are like ghosts, they haunt me, yet they do not bind me." I felt the cosmic dance of their souls, the fluorescence of hope battling the shadows of despair. They were caught in a tempest of yearning, a swirling storm that promised to consume everything in its path. "Then let the storm embrace us," Callias declared, stepping closer, the distance between them shrinking, an electric crackle igniting the night. "Let us collide like stars in the reckless night sky." And there it was, for a moment suspended in time, raw with the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. Love and freedom clashed in a heart-wrenching dance, the rhythm pulsating in the air, a haunting echo of every choice made and forsaken. Lyra's breath hitched, the ache of longing threatening to overcome her. "But what will remain?" she asked, vulnerability cutting through her defiance like a blade. "When the flames die down, and the ashes settle, what will we have?" Callias grasped her hand, his touch igniting a firestorm of emotions. "We will have each other," he breathed, the intensity of their connection shimmering like starlight. "We will have the moments that were forged in this very crucible of passion and fear." The world around them blurred, the shadows closing in, the whispers of the past merging with the promise of the future. Time twisted and turned, a labyrinth of memories and dreams, as the tension built to a crescendo. And there, at the precipice of their choices, as the last light of day slipped from view, I felt the universe hold its breath. The weight of their decision hung heavy in the air, an intoxicating mix of love and liberation, threatening to spiral into the unknown. In that moment, I understood. I felt the contradictions of passion and freedom swirling around me, choking me as much as it liberated me. Their struggle was not just theirs, it was ours, an eternal dance with the ghosts of what could have been. As darkness enveloped them, the echoes of their words lingered, an unfinished symphony begging for resolution, leaving an indelible mark on my soul, a whisper that would not fade. I felt the tides of time pulling me deeper into their world, a realm of unending yearning and haunting choices, a cycle that would never cease. And I was left standing at the edge, caught in the relentless pull of their story, a tale of desire and despair, woven through the fabric of existence, an unbroken thread that would lead me further into the night. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the empty streets like a ghostly heartbeat. Shadows danced under the pale glow of the street lamps, long and twisted, reaching toward the darkness that pooled in the corners. I stood there, breath hitching in my throat, as I watched him. Apollo. His hands were trembling, the sheen of sweat on his brow glistening like stars in a forsaken sky. I remember the scent of rain, heavy, sweet, and laced with despair. It clung to the air, suffocating, as if the universe itself mourned alongside us. "How could you let this happen?" I whispered, my voice cracking. I didn't want to sound accusatory, but the weight of loss hung between us like a guillotine waiting to fall. The night felt alive, thrumming with tension, the world holding its breath. "Tell me you didn't do it," I pleaded, my heart aching to believe him. Apollo's eyes were darkened pools, reflecting the chaos of his soul. In that moment, I could see the man I loved and the monster he feared to be, two entities locked in a brutal dance. "Sometimes," he said, voice low and trembling, "the shadows creep in. They whisper lies, and his breath hitched. I believed them. I saw the flicker of pain in his eyes, a deep wound that would never fully heal. The past clawed at him, relentless, dragging him back to a time when choices were made in haste, when trust was a fragile thing easily shattered. I remembered the night everything changed, the way the world shifted on its axis, and how the echoes of that moment still haunted us like a relentless specter. Do you think I wanted this?" he continued, the rawness of his emotion stripping him bare. "Do you think I wanted to lose? Stop!" I erupted, the words spilling from my lips like venom. "Stop trying to justify it. You broke us." Every heartbeat felt like a countdown to an explosion. I could feel the anger radiating off him, mixing with the sorrow, creating a storm that threatened to engulf us both. The rain began to fall, heavy droplets splattering against the pavement like tears from the sky. Each drop echoed a memory, the laughter, the shared dreams, the love that seemed so invincible once. In that moment, I was reminded of Eloise, the light in our lives, extinguished far too soon. Her laughter had filled this very street, a melody woven into the fabric of our existence. And now, her absence clawed at the edges of my sanity, a reminder of the fragility of life. "I remember her smile," I said, my voice barely a whisper, aching with the weight of grief. "I remember how she used to chase the moonlight, believing the stars were just within reach." Apollo's shoulders slumped, the fight leaving him. "And I remember how I failed her." The confession hung in the air, thick and suffocating. It resonated in the depths of my soul, a truth too painful to confront yet impossible to ignore. The shadows of our past clawed at us, whispering the bitterness of regret. "I thought I could protect you both," he continued, his voice cracking like glass. "I thought I could shield you from the darkness, but instead, I let it swallow everything." The rain intensified, drenching us in a curtain of grief. And in that moment of despair, I saw the flicker of hope, raw, unyielding. "We can try again," I said, my heart racing with the possibility. "We can face this together." "We can't just erase what happened," he replied, the intensity of his gaze piercing through the storm. "Some scars never fade, and some shadows never leave." "But we can learn," I insisted, desperation clawing at my throat. "We can take those lessons, shape them into something stronger." The tension between us crackled like electricity, the unspoken words lingering in the air like a charged storm. I could see the flicker of something in his eyes, fear, yes, but also the burning ember of hope. "Maybe it's too late for me," he said, his voice trembling. "But for you, you deserve the stars. You deserve a life untainted by my failures." I stepped closer, the distance between us shrinking, the rain soaking through our skin, binding us in our sorrow and yearning. "No, Apollo. I don't want the stars if you're not with me. I want you, flaws and all. We can find a way through this darkness." His eyes softened, the walls he had built around his heart flickering like dying embers. "Do you really believe that?" "I do," I breathed, feeling the weight of the universe pressing down upon us. "I believe we can rise from the ashes. I believe in us." The rain slowed, turning from a torrent to a gentle mist, as if the heavens themselves were weeping for our pain. In that fragile silence, the world melted away, leaving only the two of us, lost souls daring to hope against the relentless tide of despair. And then, as if drawn by an invisible force, we moved closer, our foreheads touching, two broken pieces seeking solace in one another. The moment carried the weight of everything we had lost, but also the promise of everything that lay ahead, if only we dared to reach for it. Time stretched, a fragile thread weaving our hearts together amidst the chaos. I could feel his warmth, the familiar pulse of life beneath his skin. And in that moment, the shadows receded just enough for us to breathe, to believe, to to know that even the darkest nights could give way to dawn. The clock continued to tick, relentless, but for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I could hear hope whispering through the silence. "Together," I murmured, squeezing his hand, a pact forged in loss and rebirth. "Together," he echoed, and the word hung in the air between us, a promise sealed in stars and shadows. The night had not ended, but perhaps, just perhaps, we had found our way back to light. The sky bled crimson as dusk wrapped the city in a shroud of uncertainty. In the cobbled streets of Athens, a tension thicker than the evening fog hung in the air. A figure dashed through the alleys, heart racing, Talia, her breath sharp and desperate, the echo of her footfalls mingling with the whispers of ancient stones. She could feel the ache of the city's history in her bones, the shadows flickering like ghosts around her. There was no time. Love, in all its splendor and agony, had turned into a battlefield, and she was caught in the crossfire. I remember the stories, she thought, as she stumbled to a stop, the lingering warmth of his touch still burning on her skin. A love that felt like a promise. A love too grand for its own good, crumbling under the weight of fate. How had it come to this? How had they gone from laughter shared beneath the olive trees to this chase through the night, the darkness hungry for blood? And then, there was Lysander, a man torn between loyalty and desire. He stood at the edge of a cliff, the wind howling like a siren, a tempest that echoed his inner turmoil. I remember the night we carved our names into the bark of that ancient tree, he whispered to the cosmos, the stars twinkling above as if they were mocking his despair. What's a man to do when love demands sacrifice? When the heart beats for one but the world pulls another way? He clenched his fists, the memories flooding, her laughter like a melody, dancing through the halls of his mind. But now, there was a price to pay for that joy, and the air was thick with the scent of betrayal. He had to choose, but how could he? Love was a tempest, and he was a mere sailor, lost at sea. Talia! His voice broke through the silence like thunder, a jagged pulse amidst the echoes of the past. Was it too late? The fear clawed at his throat, a reminder of all that had been lost. He could feel her presence, a spectre haunting his every heartbeat, but the chasm of choices loomed before him, dark and unyielding. Talia, cornered, pressed her back against the rough stone of a wall, the coolness grounding her. She had always felt a kinship with the night, her secrets woven into the tapestry of darkness. But tonight, the shadows were oppressive, suffocating. "I remember the warmth of your embrace," she murmured, drowning in the memories that threatened to consume her. But love isn't enough when the world conspires to tear us apart. The fates had woven their tapestry with threads of longing and despair, and she could feel the weight of it suffocating her. Her heart raced, each beat a reminder of what was at stake. Lysander, she breathed, his name a prayer, a curse, a lifeline thrown into the tempest. With a sudden burst of movement, Talia emerged from the shadows, her eyes fierce like a lioness on the hunt. She was a tempest, a force to be reckoned with, and the night surged around her as if responding to her call. She would not let love be dictated by the whims of fate. No longer just a puppet on strings, she had the power to shape her own story. Lysander felt the air shift, the tension snapping like a taut bowstring. He turned, and there she was, his heart, his light, defiant against the encroaching darkness. The sight of her sent tremors through him, a reminder of everything they had fought for, everything they still could lose. "Talia," he shouted, his voice raw with longing. She took a step forward, her eyes locked onto his, a silent understanding blooming between them. They stood on the precipice of something monumental, love roaring like a wildfire, consuming everything in its path. But then, in their moment of electric connection, reality crashed in. The city was alive with whispers, shadows darting like phantoms. Each alleyway held secrets, betrayal lurking in corners where light dared not tread. They were entangled in a web of cultural expectations, familial obligations, and destiny's cruel machinations. "I won't let them take you from me," he vowed, stepping closer, the gravity of his words pulling them together. But how could they fight against the very fabric that wove society? The ancient laws that governed love and honor were merciless, and he felt trapped in a labyrinth of tradition. "I don't need saving," she replied, her voice fierce yet laced with the tremors of vulnerability. "We can break free." We can rewrite the rules." There was a fire in her eyes, a spark that ignited his resolve. For a fleeting moment, the world around them faded, and they were just two souls, lost in the storm, ready to defy the gods. But life wasn't just a tale spun from the threads of desire. It was gritty, harsh, and unforgiving. In the distance, the sound of footsteps echoed, menacing and heavy, the weight of impending doom palpable. The clock was ticking, time slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. "I remember," he whispered, their past flooding back, his hand entwined with hers, the promises made beneath the stars. But those stars felt far away now, swallowed by the tempest brewing in their lives. "Then fight for me," Talia cried, her voice a battle cry. A spark, a glimmer, a moment suspended in time. This was love carved from stone, resilient and unyielding. But the shadows were closing in, and the stakes were higher than their hearts could bear. As the figures emerged from the darkness, cold and unyielding as death, Lyanda and Talia stood shoulder to shoulder, hearts pounding. Love, in all its chaotic glory, had drawn them to this point, a crossroads where life and death intertwined. And with every heartbeat, they prepared to face the reckoning that awaited them, their love echoing through the ages, a reminder that even in the darkest nights, the light of their bond could never be extinguished. But would they rise, or would the very echoes of their love be swallowed by the abyss? In that moment, every choice lingered like a whisper in the wind, dancing on the edge of destiny, never truly resolved, forever haunting the shadows of their hearts. The clock struck midnight, its heavy toll reverberating through the damp, stone corridors of the cathedral. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, twisted forms that flickered and writhed as if alive, mirroring the chaos in the hearts of those who sought refuge here. The air lay thick with incense and desperation, each breath a struggle against the weight of fate, a weight that seemed to press down from the heavens themselves. I stood there, heart racing, as Myra's voice broke through the tense silence, her words laced with fear. "They're coming for him, Julian." Her eyes, usually bright like the dawn, were now pools of dark despair, rimmed with sorrow that threatened to spill over. I could feel the pulse of her anxiety, it throbbed in my own chest, a shared heartbeat seemingly orchestrated by some divine conductor, a hand that shaped our lives from a distance, cold as the stone beneath our feet. "Do you hear them?" I whispered, straining to catch the faintest hint of movement from the chaos beyond those ancient doors. The villagers had gathered, torches flickering like wild fireflies in the night, a mob fueled by anger and fear, their voices rising like thunderclouds. "They'll kill him, and we'll be powerless to stop it." My voice trembled, a feeble echo against the sacred walls that had witnessed centuries of devotion, yet felt empty in the face of such raw human fury. "Powerless," she repeated, the word a knife that cut through the silence. "But what if the heavens have already decided?" The question hung between us, a heavy shroud, one that could choke the breath from our lungs. The very essence of our struggle flowed from that inquiry, the unyielding force of divine will, a cruel puppet master pulling the strings of our fragile lives. I remembered a time when I believed blindly in destiny. I remembered dreams of grandeur, of the divine tapestry woven with threads of purpose. But standing there, cloaked in the shadows, faced with the reality of a life hanging in the balance, faith felt like a distant memory, a cruel jest. I felt the ghost of hope slip through my fingers, turning to dust as I faced the truth. Sometimes, divine will felt like divine indifference. Myra's hand found mine, a lifeline amid the storm. "Julian, we have to act. We can't let them take him without a fight." Her determination burned like the torches outside, illuminating a path through despair. I wanted to believe in her fire, to feel that spark reignite my own spirit. But the dread weighed heavily, a shroud that threatened to extinguish any flicker of rebellion. "Act!" I scoffed, bitterness seeping into my voice. "And what then?" "We can't defy what has already been written." The words tasted like ash. I felt her grip tighten, a pulse of raw energy that shot through my veins, igniting a flicker of defiance. "Then let it be written that we fought," she cried, her voice rising above the din outside. "Let us show them that we refuse to be mere pawns in this cosmic game." Her eyes shimmered with a feverish intensity, the kind that could melt stone, and for a fleeting moment, the weight of the world lifted from my shoulders. But then, a gut-wrenching scream pierced the night, a sound that felt like a dagger to the heart. It was the sound of a life teetering on the brink, a fate being sealed in blood and fire. The revelation crashed over me, and that flicker of defiance was extinguished. What am I supposed to do? Fight against the divine. The words echoed like a haunting refrain, mocking me, taunting me. I remembered the tales, the countless stories of those who dared to challenge the will of the gods, only to find themselves crushed beneath the weight of their own hubris. I could feel the breath of the cosmos, cold and unfeeling, wrapping around me like a shroud. No. Myra's voice sliced through my despair, fierce as a tempest. We are not puppets. We are human, and that gives us power. With every word, she forged a connection that felt electric, sparking something deep within me. I could see it, our choices, our defiance, coiling like tendrils of smoke, twisting and turning, weaving in and out of fate's grasp. And then came the sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate, a marching band of doom that echoed through the hallowed halls. My heart raced, each beat a countdown to chaos, a reminder of the life we were fighting for. They're here, I whispered, the reality crashing upon us like a wave, cold and consuming. Then let us make our stand. There was no hesitation in her voice, no faltering in her resolve. In that moment, I saw the truth of her conviction, the reflection of a soul that refused to let divine indifference dictate her fate. We rushed to the doors, hearts pounding like war drums, a symphony of rebellion that pulled us forward, closer to the chaos waiting to engulf us. The world outside was a swirl of light and shadow, an orchestra of voices clamoring for justice. The night air was electric with tension, the scent of burning wood and sweat mingling as we broke free from the sanctuary. In that moment, everything else faded, the weight of the heavens, the shadows of fate, nothing mattered but the fight ahead. And as we stepped into the fray, the realization hit hard, divine will may shape our lives, but it is our choice, our spirit, that defines our humanity. The mob surged before us, a tide of anger and fear, and yet, in the cacophony, I felt a strange sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than myself, a dance between fate and free will that would echo through the cosmos long after the night ended. And so we moved forward, hand in hand, into the storm, hearts ablaze with that undeniable, reckless spirit of defiance. It was a moment that stretched into eternity, a beggar's dream of courage against the cosmic indifference, a stand against the very fabric of fate itself. We were alive, and we would not be silenced. The clock ticked like a heartbeat in the stillness of the room, each second echoing Daphne's spiraling thoughts. She stood at the precipice of a decision, her heart racing as if it could outrun the darkness creeping into her mind. Outside, the city was alive with the sounds of laughter and joy. Inside, she felt the crushing weight of solitude. A single tear slipped from her eye, tracing a path down her cheek, a silent testament to her unraveling sanity. I remember laughter, she whispered to herself, the words hanging in the air like smoke from a dying flame. I remember love. But love felt like a ghost now, hovering just out of reach, taunting her with memories that cut deeper than any blade. The shadows danced around her, twisting and curling, whispering secrets of the past that clawed at her soul. Across town, Vincent was lost in a whirlwind of his own making. The bar was crowded, voices melded into a cacophony that threatened to drown him. He nursed his drink, a bitter reminder of choices made and paths taken. He felt the warmth of bodies brushing against him, yet he was as isolated as a single star in an empty sky. Every laugh felt like a knife, slicing through the veil of his loneliness. He was tethered to his despair, a marionette with frayed strings. Every glance he cast toward the exit was a silent plea, a yearning for Daphne's presence that felt both electric and agonizing. In another corner of the city, a storm brewed, dark clouds twisting and churning like the turmoil within Daphne's heart. She could feel the pressure building, the weight of her choice pressing down on her. Love or loneliness? The choice was hers, but it felt like an ultimatum, as if the universe conspired to force her hand. She could almost hear the cosmos laughing at her, at the absurdity of her situation. I could leave, she thought, imagining the escape, the freedom that came with walking away. But leaving meant abandoning the only warmth she had ever known, the only light in her life. The thought became a weight, pinning her to the floor. The shadows flickered, and for a moment, she saw Vincent's face in her mind, a halo of hope illuminated by the fading light. "I remember the first time he smiled at me," she said, her voice breaking. "It was as if the sun had decided to rise just for me." Those memories, vivid and raw, wrapped around her like a vice. She could almost hear his laughter, feel his presence beside her, but then came the reminder of the distance, the chasm that had grown between them. Vincent leaned back in his chair, frustrated. The laughter around him was a cruel reminder of his failure. "I should call her," he muttered, the words a desperate prayer. But what would he say? How could he bridge the gap his silence had wrought? His phone felt like a heavy stone in his pocket, a constant reminder of his cowardice. "I remember when we were whole," he whispered to the bar, to the ghosts of their shared dreams. He closed his eyes, and for a heartbeat, he could still feel her fingers entwined with his, the warmth of her skin against his. But that warmth was gone, snuffed out by the cold reality of loneliness. Daphne paced now, her heart racing with a rhythm that matched the storm brewing outside. She could taste the rain in the air, feel the electricity of the impending downpour, and for a moment, it fueled her. The storm was a mirror, reflecting her inner chaos. She wanted to scream, to release the pent-up energy that threatened to consume her. And then, as if summoned by her despair, she felt an urge to run, to find Vincent, to confront the unspoken words between them. "What if he's waiting for me?" she thought, hope flickering like a candle. But what if he wasn't? What if he had given up, just as she had begun to? As the first drops of rain splattered against the window, she found herself at the door, heart pounding like a war drum. She didn't know where she was going, only that she had to move, to escape the suffocating silence that was her reality. Each step felt monumental, the ground pulling at her heels, as if the earth itself wanted to keep her in place. Vincent stood now, unable to contain himself. The walls of the bar closed in, and he pushed through the crowd, breathless with determination. Every face felt foreign as he navigated the sea of indifference. "It's now or never," he thought, the words pulsing in his veins. He stepped outside, and the storm welcomed him like a long-lost lover, soaking him in cold clarity. The world spun around him, but his focus was singular, Daphne. He could feel the connection, the invisible thread that tethered them, pulling him toward her. The rain fell heavier, crashing down like his heart against his ribcage. "I have to find her," he shouted into the storm, his voice swallowed by the chaos around him. And then, miraculously, there she was, standing just a few feet away, the rain pooling around her feet like a halo. She looked up, her eyes wide, as if she had been waiting for this moment forever. Time warped, bending around them, and in that instant, all the pain, all the silence fell away. "Daphne," he breathed, stepping closer, the distance between them shrinking. Her name was a prayer, a hope. The storm raged, but all he could hear was the thundering of his heart and the truth that had been locked away too long. "I remember," she began, but her voice was lost in the torrent. Rain poured down their faces, mingling with tears, the world around them fading into insignificance. This was the moment, the crossroads between love and loneliness, and it crackled with the intensity of 1,000 unsaid words. The storm howled around them, an audience for their unspoken battle, the rain washing away the remnants of their silence. With every heartbeat, every breath, they stood on the brink, poised between love and the haunting grip of loneliness. And in that electrifying moment, everything hung in the balance. There would be no easy answers, no clear resolution. Only the storm, the tension, and the stark reality of Daphne's choice. The universe held its breath, waiting for them to leap into the unknown, to shatter the silence with the sound of their truth. The moon hung low, a ghostly orb casting silver shadows over the quiet woods. In the heart of this dimly lit world, Daphne stood, breathless. Her heart raced. The sound of footsteps echoed, a relentless pursuit. Trees loomed like dark sentinels, their twisted branches reaching for her as if sharing a secret. She felt the weight of fear, a heavy shroud wrapping around her. The air crackled with tension, whispering of ancient tales, of desires untamed. And then there was Apollo, his voice a haunting melody, both intoxicating and terrifying. "Daphne! Wait!" His call sliced through the night, desperate, pleading. It echoed in her chest, a reminder of the warmth she once felt before fear twisted her heart into knots. She wanted to scream, to tell him to stop, to leave her alone. But she was trapped in this moment, caught between the past and the future, between love and freedom. The world around her blurred. She remembered, how could she forget, the way Apollo had dazzled her with his golden light, his laughter spilling like sunbeams across the dark corners of her mind. But that light had become blinding, suffocating. She was no longer enchanted, she was hunted. Every heartbeat resonated like a drum, a countdown to the moment when she would have to confront her reality. "Daphne," he cried out again, and the sound was raw, unpolished, a crack in his divine facade. She felt it. She felt him. The warmth of his presence, the intoxicating pull of his charm, but there was a darkness in it, a possessiveness that sent shivers down her spine. Was this love? Or was it something else altogether? Possession? Obsession? He was a god, and she was a mere mortal, struggling to breathe beneath the weight of his desire. Her legs pumped, pushing her deeper into the shadows, but every stride was a battle against her own longing. She could hear him drawing nearer, the rustle of leaves beneath his feet a sharp reminder of his tenacity. She was running from him, and yet, part of her was rooted in place, captivated by his beauty, his power. It was maddening. She felt like a moth drawn to a flame, knowing that the light would consume her. In the stillness, the night swallowed her thoughts. Daphne recalled the tales whispered around flickering fires, of gods who loved mercilessly, who twisted fate to suit their whims. She remembered the stories of herself, of the girl who tiptoed through life, who danced in the meadows and laughed with the wind. But laughter felt distant now, like a long-forgotten song, fading with every desperate step she took. And then, in the depths of her soul, a flicker of rebellion ignited. "I remember. I remember," she breathed, the words spilling from her lips like a prayer. "I remember when I was free." Freedom was a wild, reckless thing, something she craved more than the sunlight on her skin. It was the dreams that took her to places where gods didn't tread, where she was not a prize to be won but a spirit unchained. Apollo, relentless, surged forward, driven by the fire of his desire. "You can't run from me." His voice was a tempest, stirring the air thick with unspoken emotions. Shadows danced around them, a chaotic ballet of light and dark. She turned, facing him, the distance between them a chasm of fear laden with the weight of possibility. "And yet I must," she shouted, her voice shaking, but resolute. The clash between them felt cosmic, the very essence of the universe drawn into their tension. He was the sun, burning with intensity, and she was the earth, yearning for rain. There was beauty in the chaos, but also a haunting sadness, an acknowledgement of a love that could destroy. "I am not yours to claim," she whispered, the words slipping from her lips like jagged shards of glass. For a moment, time hung in the balance, the forest holding its breath. Apollo faltered, confusion etched across his features, and in that brief flicker, Daphne saw the vulnerability beneath the godly veneer. He was flawed, human in his flaws, losing himself in the very desires that defined him. "But I love you," he declared, voice breaking. It was a promise, a curse, a plea. Love. Such a simple word, yet it bore the weight of worlds. A force that could uplift or crush, that could twist destiny into a knot of longing and despair. Daphne felt the air thrum with it, an electric current that threatened to engulf them both. And there it was, the internal battle, her heart a prisoner to the very thing she sought to escape. "I remember. I remember the freedom of the wind, the thrill of the chase. You are not my salvation, Apollo. You are my chains." The shadows shifted, thickening, and a chill ran down her spine. The world felt alive, thrumming with intensity, as if it held its breath, waiting for a climax, a moment to explode into chaos. The moonlight flickered, and the trees whispered secrets. She could almost hear the heartbeat of the universe, a steady rhythm drawing them closer, even as she yearned to escape. And then, like a punch to the gut, the realization struck. Love could be a double-edged sword. It could ignite fires of passion but also burn bridges to freedom. In that moment, her heart trembled, fear, longing, anger, and a deep, abiding sorrow coiled inside her. She wanted to break free, but the chains were real, and the pull of the god who loved her was a force of nature. "Daphne!" Apollo's voice snapped her back, raw and fierce. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing in the vastness of the cosmos. She met his gaze, and in that moment, the world fell away. It was just them, two souls entwined in an eternal dance, the hunter and the hunted, the lover and the beloved. The confrontation loomed, thick with unspoken words and desperate emotions. She felt the weight of her choice, freedom or love. The night seemed to stretch infinitely, a tapestry of possibilities woven with threads of heartache and hope. And somewhere in that inky darkness, decisions awaited, poised to alter the course of their fates. And so they stood, on the precipice of something huge, cosmic, as the shadows of the past clung to them, whispering of what was and what might be. Every breath held the promise of a new beginning, or an end. Perhaps there was no escape after all, perhaps it was always destined to be this way, an entangled web of hearts, forever caught in the delicate balance of love and freedom. The wind howled through the trees, a haunting lament that seemed to echo the chaos inside Julia's chest. The night was thick with the scent of impending rain, the clouds a heavy shroud casting shadows that danced like specters on the ground. She stood on the edge of the cliff, the jagged rocks below whispering the promises of a dark embrace, where the earth met the sea in a turbulent kiss. "I can't do this," she murmured to herself, though her heart thudded with a rhythm that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. From the depths of the forest, a figure emerged, Lucas, his face pale against the night, eyes wild, as if the weight of all the stars had fallen upon his shoulders. "Julia," he called, his voice like a desperate plea, a tether pulling her back from the abyss. "Don't go." She turned, the air crackling with tension, each breath a struggle against the storm brewing inside. "You don't understand." Her words sliced through the air, sharp and jagged, heavy with unspoken fears. "It's too much. The fire, the drought, everything is slipping away." As if responding to her anguish, a sudden gust of wind swept around them, ruffling her hair, twisting the moment into something more primal. It was nature itself surging forward, baring its teeth, reminding them of the power it held. The trees bowed like old souls, whispering secrets too ancient to comprehend. "I know," Lucas said, taking a step closer, grounded yet vulnerable, as if the very earth beneath him might give way. "But we're stronger together. We can fight it." His voice trembled, the fervor in his eyes a flickering flame against the overwhelming darkness. "What if fighting it tears us apart?" Julia's heart raced, each beat a reminder of the struggle between love and survival. The ghosts of their pasts haunted her, memories woven into the fabric of their souls, each thread a testament to their struggles, their victories, and the undeniable pull of the elements around them. The storm rolled in, the first drops of rain splattering against her skin, cool and electric. Nature, in its fury and beauty, mirrored her turmoil. A reminder of how their love had always thrived on chaos, a dance on the edge of disaster. They had walked hand in hand through the fires of doubt and fear, but now, as the winds howled like wailing banshees, Julia felt the cold tendrils of uncertainty wrapping around her heart. "Julia!" His voice cut through her thoughts. "You can't let the fear control you. Remember when we climbed the cliffs at dawn? The world looked different from up there. You said the view was worth everything." A rush of warmth flooded her, a memory surfacing, bare feet on hot stone, fingers entwined, the sun spilling gold across the horizon. Hope had felt limitless then, like the vast sky stretching forever above them. But now, doubt clawed at her insides, and she choked on the fear that loomed like a specter in the shadows. "I remember," she whispered, tears mingling with the rain, each drop a confession, a release. But that was before the fires came. Before the drought turned the earth into ash. Lucas stepped closer, his presence a solid anchor. "And what will it be if we let this win? If we surrender to the chaos? Nature is fierce, yes, but it can also heal. Just like us." The sincerity in his voice was a balm, yet it stirred something deeper within her, a longing that felt almost like betrayal, a desire to embrace the storm instead of running from it. In that moment, thunder cracked overhead, a furious roar that made the ground tremble beneath their feet. And with it, a realization struck Julia like lightning. Nature was not just a backdrop to their love, it was a character in their story, a force that could either uplift or destroy. "I don't know if I can fight anymore," she confessed, her voice trembling. "Everything we built feels like it's slipping through my fingers like sand. What if it's not worth saving?" Lucas closed his eyes, the rain cascading down his face, mingling with the sweat of his brow. "But I can't lose you, Julia. We fought too hard to let it end like this. Remember the river? How it carved through stone. It didn't do it by giving up, it flowed, it persisted. Flowing doesn't feel like enough right now," she said, her heart aching against the weight of his words. The rain fell harder, their surroundings transforming into a blur of colors, a symphony of nature's fury that mirrored their own internal tempest. "Then let's carve our own way," Lucas urged, voice crackling with intensity, eyes locked onto hers with a fierce determination that ignited something deep inside her. Together. The world around them seemed to stop, the rain pausing in midair for just a heartbeat, as if nature itself was holding its breath, waiting for her answer. Julia felt the raw power of the storm surging within her, a flicker of strength igniting the darkness. She took a step back from the edge, grounding herself, the earth beneath her feet solid and reassuring. "Together," she echoed, a whisper filled with uncertainty but also with a spark of hope. The winds howled again, but this time, it carried their resolve, swirling around them like a fierce embrace, a promise that the fight was just beginning. In that charged silence, she could almost hear the cosmos whispering in response, the constellations shifting above as if they too were witnesses to their vow. The fight wasn't over, it had only just begun, and with their love as the anchor, they would face whatever nature, and their hearts, threw at them. The rain poured down, but it felt different now, each drop a reminder of their unity, their defiance against the odds. Julia reached for Lucas' hand, feeling the warmth of his skin against the chill of the storm, the pulse of life connecting them through the chaos. And for the first time in a long time, she believed they could weather this. Side by side, they stood at the edge, hearts pounding in rhythm with the tempest, as nature unleashed its fury around them, a chaotic ballet of love and survival, of hope and despair. And as the storm surged, they knew that together, they would find a way to carve their path through the darkness. The air crackled with tension, sharp as the very branches that clawed at her skin. Daphne stumbled through the darkened woods, breath quickening, heart pounding, echoing like a war drum in her ears. She could feel him, Apollo, his presence a radiant beacon cutting through the shadows, relentless and blinding. His voice, a haunting melody, followed her like a ghost. "Daphne, my love, let me show you the stars." But she was not enchanted by his light, she was terrified of it. The world was painted in shades of desperation and desire, a twisted canvas where fate and freedom battled like titans. I remember the moment I first felt the pulse of that fear, that unshakable dread, as if the earth itself trembled under the weight of their destined confrontation. In my own skin, I felt her urgency, a visceral need to escape, to break free from the grip of a love that threatened to consume her whole. There was something poetic in her flight, like a wounded deer darting through the underbrush, but there was nothing romantic about the claws of a relentless pursuer. She was a woman bound not just by the chains of her lineage but by the expectations that twisted around her like creeping vines. Apollo, with his sun-kissed skin and golden hair, was as beautiful as he was terrifying, a god whose very essence radiated power and privilege. He chased her not with malice, but with an insatiable hunger, a need to possess what he could not understand. To him, love was a conquest, a trophy to be claimed. But Daphne was not a prize to be won, she was a spirit too wild, too fierce to be shackled. I remember her trembling fingers brushing against the rough bark of the trees, seeking solace in the ancient whispers of the forest, as if it might shelter her from the storm that was Apollo. "I will not be yours," she gasped, the words tearing from her throat like a wounded bird. "I will not be your muse, your memory." The earth beneath her feet felt alive, pulsating with the rhythm of her defiance. With every step, she felt the weight of generations of women who had fought against the chains of expectation, their spirits rising like smoke in the night, igniting the hatred of the gods above. But Apollo, with his eyes like blazing stars, could not comprehend her refusal. He was a sun god, after all, accustomed to getting what he wanted. "Why do you run?" His voice, smooth as silk, dripped with confusion. "I only wish to love you." But love, in its truest form, should never feel like a tether, a noose tightening around her throat. What he perceived as affection felt like a storm brewing inside her, a tempest of unwanted emotions, a swell of anxiety clawing at her insides. I could feel it, a suffocating pressure, a weight that pressed against her chest until the very air around her turned thick and suffocating. The forest deepened, shadows stretching like fingers reaching for her. She could sense the heartbeat of the earth beneath her, a reminder that she was alive, that she mattered beyond the gaze of a god. "I want to be free," she screamed into the void, the sound bursting forth like shrapnel. And in that moment, the world halted, the trees seemed to lean closer, the whispers of the ancestors wrapping around her, encouraging her to fight, to resist. But then, a chilling quiet descended, and with it came the realization that freedom often comes at a price. There was an eternity in that silence, a pause where time itself seemed to hold its breath. I remember the feeling of inevitability, as if the cosmos had conspired against her. Apollo's relentless pursuit felt less like a romantic chase and more like a predatory game, a chase where the stakes were life and death, where her very essence hung in the balance. A flash of panic surged through her, igniting something primal. She could not let him catch her. She would not be reduced to a tale of possession, to a footnote in his story. Daphne was not merely an object, she was a force of nature, wild and untamed. In that moment, she knew she had to make a choice. She had to become something more than a woman fleeing from a god. She had to transform. As she neared the river, the familiar rush of water filled her ears, drowning out Apollo's calls. She could feel the cool embrace of the water, its currents beckoning her. It whispered promises of rebirth, of shedding her skin, of becoming something beyond flesh and blood. Daphne's heart raced, a symphony of chaos, as she made her decision. She would not yield, she would not surrender. The moment she plunged into the water, the world shifted. The currents wrapped around her like a lover's embrace, pulling her deeper, as if nature itself conspired to shield her from Apollo's relentless pursuit. She felt the transformation begin, her body reshaping, reforming, taking on the essence of the very tree she so adored. The bark pressed against her skin, and suddenly, she was not just Daphne, the woman she had once been, but something new, something powerful. "Daphne!" Apollo's voice reached her, frantic, desperate, but she was beyond his grasp now. She was a whisper of wind, a rustle of leaves. She had transformed into the laurel tree, an eternal symbol of victory and strength. I remember the moment she embraced her fate, the way it felt to witness her spirit rise, unchained and unbroken. In his searching gaze, Apollo could only see the loss of what he could never truly possess. The god who had chased her with the intensity of 1,000 suns now stood bereft and hollow, left only with the echoes of a love unreturned. And in that silent confrontation, the lines between hunter and hunted blurred. What once felt like an insatiable pursuit became a haunting realization: love can be both liberating and imprisoning, a paradox that dances in the shadows of existence. The world spun, caught in the web of their story, a tale woven from threads of desire and defiance, light and dark. As the stars glimmered overhead, I could feel the resonance of their tale in my own heart, a reminder that the pursuit of love can sometimes lead to liberation, but other times, it can result in an eternity of sorrow. The night deepened, the echoes of their confrontation fading into the distance, yet the impact remained, a lingering ache in the air, a promise that the dance of desire would continue, an eternal loop, spinning like the cosmos, unbroken and unforgiving. Daphne stood on the rooftop terrace, the city sprawling beneath her like a shattered mirror reflecting 1,000 forgotten dreams. The night air crackled with electric tension, a silence so profound it felt like the very world was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. She could hear the distant sirens wailing, a reminder that the chaos of life continued unabated beyond her solitary perch. The moon hung low, a haunting white eye, watching her, judging her with its cold, unyielding gaze. I remember, the words slipped from her lips, barely a whisper, but they hung heavy in the air, lingering like the ghost of a promise unfulfilled. I remember the warmth of the sun on my skin, the laughter of my friend spilling into the afternoon like honey drizzling over warm bread. But that was before the transformation, before the world twisted into something unrecognizable, before she became the ghost of who she once was. Across the terrace, her brother, Julian, paced like a caged animal. His eyes, wild and restless, darted around as though seeking an escape route from the reality they now shared. "Daphne, we have to go. We can't stay here." His voice cracked, desperation clawing at him like a ravenous beast. He was flawed, fragile, a man molded by grief and guilt, forever haunted by an inability to save her from the dark that swallowed her whole. "Where would we go, Julian?" She turned to him, her heart a clenched fist. "There's nowhere left to run." The truth hung between them, an unspoken agreement that bound them tighter than blood. The city may have transformed, but so had they, a monuments to loss, living reminders of failures both great and small. "I've always wanted to save you," he said, his voice trembling. "But I don't even know what you are anymore." Panic surged, washing over him like a cold wave, sending shivers rippling through the fabric of the night. "Maybe I'm not meant to be saved," Daphne replied, her words a ghostly echo of acceptance. She could feel the weight of her existence pressing down on her, each heartbeat a reminder of the cost of immortality. In the beginning, the transformation had felt intoxicating, like a heady rush of power. Now, it was a curse, chains forged from her own desires. The shadows danced around them, flickering in the dim light, e'en as much a part of the landscape as the crumbling buildings and the distant sounds of sirens. She felt their presence, the ancient spirits that whispered through the darkness, nudging her toward something unnameable and terrifying. "Maybe this is my purpose," she murmured, catching a glimpse of her brother's anguished face. "Maybe I was meant to bear witness to the end." "No. Don't say that." Julian's voice sliced through the air, a raw edge of fear driving him forward, reaching for her, as if he could physically pull her back from the ledge. "You're not a monument, Daphne. You're my sister. You're still alive." The word alive hung between them, a fragile string, fraying at the edges. What didn't the lives mean anymore? She felt trapped in a cycle of eternal twilight, a state of being caught between life and something darker. "I remember the sound of laughter," she whispered, her voice breaking, "and the scent of rain-soaked earth. But those memories crumble like autumn leaves underfoot, and I am left with the essence of what was." A flicker of movement caught her eye, a figure emerging from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, a spectre from the corners of her mind. It was Emil, the one who had embraced the change alongside her, the one who understood the weight of eternal existence. "You're here," she breathed, heart racing, caught between the warmth of familiarity and the chill of dread. "Daphne," he said, his voice a velvety murmur that wrapped around her like a shroud. "You think this is your end, but it is only the beginning." His eyes sparkled with a madness that frightened her, a spark of something that felt like hope mingled with despair. "You don't know what you're asking of me," she replied, fingers trembling as she reached out, half tempted to touch the ghostly fabric of his essence. "The burden of survival is heavier than you can imagine." "Let it go," he urged, stepping closer, shadows clinging to him like an old coat. "Embrace this transformation. Let it consume you." The darkness in his voice was a siren call, luring her toward an abyss she feared but could not resist. "What if I don't want it?" Daphne whispered, a shard of ice piercing through her resolve. "Then you will exist in torment, a flickering candle in a storm. You think you're alone, but you're not. We're all connected in this eternal night," he replied, his gaze penetrating her soul, forcing her to confront the monstrous truth lurking just beneath her skin. Julian's hands clenched into fists, the pain of watching his sister slip further away tearing at him. "You don't have to do this. Let's leave, Daphne." The intensity of his plea crashed over her like a tidal wave, but the more he fought, the more she felt the inevitability of her choice. The city beneath them pulsed and writhed, a living entity, a mixture of chaos and order, death and rebirth. "I remember," she said softly, "but I can't go back." The clock in the distance struck midnight, a haunting toll that echoed like a harbinger of doom. Daphne felt the pull of the cosmos, the weight of time pressing against her. She was a comet lost in a dark expanse, spiraling toward an unseen fate. The shadows closed in, whispering secrets of power and eternity, and she teetered on the brink. "Join me, Daphne," Emil beckoned, his voice an intoxicating blend of desire and darkness. We can reshape existence. We can rewrite the rules. Fear gripped her heart, but beneath it, a flicker of possibility ignited. Could she abandon the weight of her memories, the pain of her past? Could she forge a new path in the darkness? And as she stood between the two of them, the world pulsing beneath her feet, she knew she was not just deciding her fate. She was standing at the crossroads of eternity, where every choice could either set her free or bind her forever. "Daphne," Julian cried, his voice cracking, a desperate plea that shattered the silence, pulling her back from the edge. But what lay beyond? Would she embrace the shadows, or would she cling to the light, however dim it felt? Time slowed as she grasped the weight of her brother's hand, a tether pulling her back to warmth and familiarity. But as Emil's gaze bore into her soul, she felt the chasm of transformation widen, a cosmic void beckoning her closer. The air thickened, electric, alive with the tension of her indecision. In this moment, she was both the architect of her fate and a mere player in a game far beyond her understanding. And as the stars blinked and the city breathed, she felt her heart racing towards the abyss, the eternal existence that awaited her, both terrifying and exhilarating. The shadows whispered, the night deepened, and Daphne stood at the precipice, teetering on the edge of what could be, lost in the chaos of her eternal transformation. The moon hung low, a spectral face peering through the tangled branches, as if it, too, held its breath for what was to come. The air crackled with desperation, thick with the scent of wild jasmine and something more, fear, perhaps. I could feel it, taste it on my tongue like bitter ash, the weight of an inevitable confrontation pressing down on my chest. I remember it clearly, the rustling of leaves, the whispers of ancient trees, and a heartbeat, rapid and incessant, that was not my own. In the heart of the grove, Daphne stood, her silhouette blurred by the suffocating darkness, her skin glistening with dew, shimmering under the haunting gaze of the moon. She was not just a figure of beauty, she was a tempest, a storm threatening to unleash upon the world. And there, lurking in the shadows, was Apollo, his golden hair glowing, a beacon of light in a place where light should fear to tread. The tension between them crackled through the air, a palpable force, as if the very cosmos held its breath. I remember the moment when their eyes met, a collision of worlds. It was electric, filled with longing and despair, an unspoken history surged between them, binding and tearing them apart all at once. Daphne, the embodiment of escape, her heart a wild thing, a deer caught in a trap she could not see. And Apollo, the god of light, love, and ultimately, loss, his heart aflame, yet his hands were tied by a destiny woven long before their fates intertwined. "Run," she whispered, her voice barely breaking the stillness, fragile like the gossamer threads of a spider's web. "Run before he catches you." But what she truly meant was, "Run before I become what I fear most." Every word was a dagger aimed at her own heart, every heartbeat a reminder of the choices that were slipping through her fingers like sand. But Apollo, relentless in his pursuit, stepped forward, bearing his soul like a sacrifice upon the altar of their tangled desires. "I seek you, Daphne. Don't you see? I cannot quell this hunger. I am lost without you." His voice was rich, a melody that stirred the very air, yet it dripped with desperation. He was a beggar at her door, a king cast out, an artist seeking the muse who had turned her back on him. And yet, beneath the surface of his yearning lay a darkness, an echo of the other myths that had come before, of love unrequited, of gods and mortals forever at odds. I remembered whispers of Orpheus, a lyre strumming the chords of grief, and the haunting figure of Eurydice, forever out of reach. Daphne knew the tales well. She had listened to the stories sung by the bards, tales laced with inevitability, like threads of fate woven into a tapestry of despair. "I cannot love you," she breathed, anguish twisting her features, the moonlight casting shadows that danced upon her face. "Love binds me like chains. I will not be shackled to a fate that is not my own." It was a cry of defiance, a battle cry against the very gods who had spun their fates from the celestial loom. Yet, as she spoke, I saw the glimmer of doubt in her eyes, the flicker of hope crushed beneath the weight of expectation. And then, a rustle, a spectre in the shadows. Her father, Peneus, the river god, emerged from the dark, his presence a looming reminder of duty and lineage. "You must choose, daughter. The gods do not take kindly to defiance. They weave threads you cannot see. His voice was a torrent, a wave crashing against the fragile shore of her resolve. In that moment, I felt the chill of inevitability clawing at my spine. Daphne's heart raced, torn between the love she yearned to embrace and the dread of losing herself in it. I could almost feel the pulse of her struggle reverberate through time, resonating with echoes of countless others who had faced the same fate. It was a reflection of humanity itself, the fear of being consumed, the longing for freedom, and the relentless pursuit of something just out of reach. "Tell me," Apollo pleaded, desperation etching deep lines across his face, "do you not feel it? The pull of the universe, the way the stars align when we are together. I am your destiny." His voice was soft, but it thundered in my ears, a haunting serenade that begged for an answer that was as much a question of the heart as of the cosmos itself. "It is a cruel twist of fate," Daphne whispered, the weight of her lineage heavy like a shroud, "that to love is to lose oneself. My heart is not a vessel for your light, Apollo. It is a wildflower, fiercely blooming in the darkness." And there it was, the moment when everything fractured, when dreams turned to nightmares and hope faded into the shadows of despair. I could see it in the trembling of her hands, the way her body tensed like a coiled spring ready to snap. The world around them pulsed with an energy that felt alive. Trees swayed in sorrow, the moon wept silver tears, and I stood, a ghost among the living, tethered to their tumultuous fates. But as Daphne turned to flee, as if the very act of escape might cleanse her of the haunting grip of love, a scream echoed through the grove, a sound so raw, so painfully human, that it split the air like thunder. It was a sound that reverberated through time, a cry that called out to the lovers of ages past. It was the sound of every heart breaking, every dream shattering. And that's when the earth trembled beneath the weight of their choices, marked by the shadows of those who walked before them. The cosmos swirled, holding its breath, spinning tales that would ripple through eternity, the influence of Daphne, a cautionary tale interwoven with threads of love, loss, and the haunting spectre of fate that would echo through the ages. In that moment, time stood still, a fragile breath caught between longing and despair, as I realized that the story of Daphne was not merely hers. It belonged to every heart that had ever loved and lost, every soul that dared to dream. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a deep well of night, shimmering with secrets, yet offering no illumination. Shadows danced widely beneath the gnarled olive trees, whispering tales of lovers lost and hearts shattered. I stood there, breath hitching, as the air crackled with tension, laden with anticipation of grief that was about to strike. A chill enveloped me like a shroud, each heartbeat echoing in the silence, a metronome counting down to despair. I remember the first time I saw him, Eros, with his wild curls like dark thorns, eyes aflame with mischief and sorrow. His laughter had the weight of an ancient curse, a sound that could both ignite a flame in your heart and extinguish it in an instant. I was drawn to him like a moth to a flame, though the heat would scorch me. We stood in the market square, thrumming with life, yet I felt only the thrum of my own heartbeat, drowning out the world. He'd winked at me, a promise of adventure, and I was too naive to know that love wore many masks, some beautiful, some monstrous. And then there was Callista, my sister, the sun to my moon, forever caught in her own cycle of love, a relentless pursuit that spiraled into madness. She chased affection like a dog chasing its tail, never grasping the fleeting nature of it, always one step behind. I remember her laughter, bubbling and infectious, yet laced with an undercurrent of desperation. "Love is like the ocean," she would say, "endless and unpredictable." Yet, she often drowned in the tides, her heart washed upon the shores of broken promises, as sharp as the edges of a shattered vase. The air shifted, and I felt the world tilt. Eros stood before me, his face etched with anguish, a shadow lurking behind his light. "You don't understand," he growled, a low rumble that echoed the chaos within. "This love is a curse." I remember the way his hands trembled, fingers stained with remnants of a battle fought not just against foes but against himself. The weight of his confession hung heavy, curling around us like smoke, suffocating yet intoxicating. My heart raced, each beat a thunderous drum reverberating with the inevitability of loss. "But it's beautiful too," I cried, desperate to cling to the flickering flame of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. "Beauty is fleeting," he whispered, his voice cracking like fragile glass. "And love? Love is a debt that must be paid." I felt the world spin, a carousel of memories flashing before me in moments of joy and sorrow, entwined like roots of an ancient tree. Our laughter, our whispers, the dreams we wove together, now torn asunder by the weight of his truth. In that moment, I could see Callista in the distance, her silhouette melded with the shadows. Her heart, too, was a battlefield, raging against the incessant tide of longing. I could feel her despair tugging at my heartstrings, a haunting melody that echoed in the night. I watched as she reached out for love, her fingers grasping at the air like a child trying to catch a star, only to have it slip away, leaving her empty. "Eros," I pleaded, tears prickling my eyes, "we cannot let this break us. There must be a way." But his gaze was fixed on a point beyond me, beyond the world, as if he could see the threads of fate unraveling, spiraling into an abyss of despair. "Love binds and breaks," he murmured, "and it is the breaking that teaches us." I felt the chill seep into my bones, an icy hand gripping my heart, squeezing until I could barely breathe. I remember the night Callista found her solace in the arms of a lover, a fleeting warmth that felt like home but was nothing more than smoke and mirrors. I watched her smile, radiant yet haunting, knowing that she danced on the edge of oblivion, unaware of the chasm yawning beneath her. "This is it," she would say, "this time it will be different." But I knew the truth. Love was a fickle spirit, a ghost that haunted the living, never allowing them peace. As the clock struck midnight, I felt the air thrum with an ominous energy. Eros turned to me, a storm brewing behind his eyes. "I must leave," he said, his voice a low rumble, filled with unshed tears. "Love cannot linger without consequence." I reached for him, fingers brushing against the heat of his skin, but he stepped back, the distance between us like an abyss. "You'll only hurt more." "No," I whispered, desperation clawing at my throat. "I won't allow it." But my words fell like leaves in winter, brittle and lifeless. In that silence, I felt the weight of 1,000 unsaid things, the burden of love that twisted within me like a knife. Memories flickered in my mind, dancing under the stars, the taste of honeyed wine on our lips, laughter that echoed in the dark. Each memory cut deep, a reminder of what was and what could never be. And then, the darkness descended. I could feel its fingers curling around my throat, squeezing, suffocating. Eros turned away, his silhouette swallowed by the shadows, leaving me with Callista, whose unyielding hope was slowly morphing into despair. Her laughter faded, replaced by the echoes of dreams dashed against the rocks of reality. As I watched her slip deeper into the void, a ghost of the girl I once knew, I felt the cycle begin anew. Love and loss, entwined like dancers in a macabre waltz, spinning ever onward, the music playing even as hearts shattered. In that haunting moment, I understood, the cycle never truly ended. It merely transformed, reshaping itself within the tangled web of existence, a relentless force that would continue to weave its way through our lives, binding us in chains of beauty and sorrow. I remember the weight of the world pressing down, the ache of longing that would not relent. The shadows lingered, whispering secrets of love lost and found, as the moon hung low, a silent witness to our suffering, reminding us that even in the depths of despair, the cycle would endure, echoing through time like the beating of our own broken hearts. The air crackled with tension, a restless energy that spiraled through the quiet of the forest. Shadows danced between the trees, thick and whispering, as if the very branches conspired to hide the truth, truths that burned, truths that shattered. Apollo's heart thundered in his chest, each beat a desperate plea that echoed in the silence, and he could taste the iron tang of fear on his tongue. He stood at the edge of the grove, his breath visible in the chill of twilight, searching the murky depths of dusk for any sign of her. Daphne! The name tore from him like a cry for salvation, raw and jagged, as he tried to pierce the shadows that threatened to swallow her whole. For a moment, there was nothing but the soft rustle of leaves, a haunting lullaby that wrapped around his anxiety, coaxing it to swell. But then, he remembered the last time he'd seen her, her eyes like molten gold, ablaze with defiance, and the way her laughter could cut through the suffocating silence of his solitary existence. A flicker of hope ignited within him, only to be quenched by the dread that wrapped around his spine like a vice. The chase had begun, and it was a relentless cycle, a dance of pursuit and retreat. He had pursued her with the fervor of a sun chasing the dawn, but she had slipped like water through his fingers, a wildflower determined to evade capture. How could he make her see? His devotion was fierce, blinding, yet she only felt the weight of it, the suffocating pressure of his desire, and so she ran. But the forest was no friend of hers. He could feel her heartbeat echoing in the woods, flaring like a beacon that drew him closer. Daphne! Each repetition was a desperate incantation, a summoning of the fierce spirit that lived within her, a spirit that clawed at the hem of the earth, yearning for freedom. And then she appeared, a fleeting shadow flitting between trunks, her silhouette a perfect embodiment of grace and defiance. But as she turned, dread washed over him like a wave. He saw the fear etched into her features, the way her breath hitched like a trapped animal. Instinctively, he reached for her, his long fingers stretched out, desperate to close the distance, to claim what was rightfully his. Don't! It was a gasp, a scream, and a plea all wrapped into one. She recoiled as if he carried a blade instead of an open heart. You don't understand. I can't be with you. The words struck like arrows, piercing him, seeping into the wound that had already begun to fester. But I love you. Why can't you see that? The desperation in his voice rose, a crescendo that filled the air and echoed back at him. Love? She spat the word as if it were poison. You don't know what love is. It is not a cage, Apollo. I won't be tied to your whims. She turned, her back to him, and he felt the world shift, a tectonic rift between their desires. He felt the shadows lengthen, creeping closer, weaving through the trees like ghosts of the past. Memories flooded forth, her laughter, the way the sunlight danced in her hair, the warmth of her hand brushing against his. They were moments stitched together with hope, yet now they felt like chains, binding him to a fate he desperately sought to escape. Please, he called after her, but his voice trembled, cracking under the weight of despair. What can I do to make you understand? Understand? She turned back, eyes fierce, wild. You don't think I want to be free? You think I don't want to fly? Her words were a storm, each syllable heavy with the thunder of her heart. But freedom comes with a cost, and I can't pay it with my life. He felt the truth of her words thrumming beneath his skin, a raw pulse of agony that echoed in his chest. She was right, he was a sun, relentless and burning, and in his gaze, she could only see the conflagration that threatened to consume her. How could he show her that the fire of his love could warm rather than scorch? As night fell like a shroud, Apollo felt the world around him darken, the air thick with the weight of their unspoken bond. It was a wild, turbulent thing, a clash of devotion and resilience that left him breathless. The stars above bore witness to their conflict, twinkling like daggers in the sky, cold and indifferent. Each moment stretched, taut with the tension of what lay between them, the push and pull of two forces colliding. Their hearts beat in tandem, yet remained worlds apart. He could see it, the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the way she shied away from his every touch. He was a moth drawn to a flame, yet she was the smoke, curling away, always just out of reach. And then it happened, the moment that would haunt him forever. She turned, the decision etched into her features, and as he reached for her once more, she stumbled back, as if the weight of his love was too much to bear. No! It was a scream that shattered the night, a swan song of what might have been. The pain coiled in his gut, a familiar ache that twisted and turned, and for a heartbeat, he felt the world dissolve around him. In that sliver of time, he saw not just her fear, but the shadows that clawed at her heels, the chains of expectations, the ghosts of past loves that clung like cobwebs to her spirit. Daphne, he cried, but it was too late. She was gone, swallowed by the darkness, leaving him alone in the silence of his despair. The shadows draped themselves around him, and he felt the cold seep into his bones. He was left behind, a solitary figure caught in the web of longing, a monument to a love that had faltered on the brink of eternity. I remember, he whispered to the night, the words a litany of grief. I remember the way you laughed. The memory hung in the air, bittersweet and haunting. I remember the warmth of your hand in mine. The trees stood silent, witnesses to his agony, and the moon cast a pale light on what remained, a heart broken, a love unreciprocated. As the wind howled through the branches, he felt the echo of her presence lingering, an after-image of what could have been, a whisper of resilience in the face of despair. The night became a tapestry of ghosts, weaving their stories into the fabric of his pain, each one a reminder of the devotion that had brought him to this moment. In the heart of darkness, Apollo stood alone, teetering on the edge of hope and despair, the echoes of Daphne's cries reverberating in the night. And somewhere within that void, he dared to believe that perhaps, just perhaps, their story was not yet finished. The clock tower loomed over the empty square, its chime echoing like a funeral bell, slicing through the suffocating silence. Shadows danced, twisted by the flickering street lamps, playing tricks on weary minds. I stood there, heart racing, skin prickling with anticipation. It was supposed to be just another evening, but tonight felt different, electric. That familiar ache settled in my chest. It was a feeling I couldn't shake. I remember the stories my grandmother whispered to me while the world outside faded into a hushed lullaby, a chorus of myths that carried the weight of human emotion. Across the square, I saw him. David. He was trapped in his own storm, arms crossed, head bowed, the weight of 1,000 unspoken words pressing down on him like the very sky might collapse. His eyes, usually a vibrant blue, were clouded, swirling with confusion and guilt. I reached for him, but the distance between us felt insurmountable, an ocean of unsaid things stretching across the square. I remember the last time he smiled, the warmth it brought. Now, his gaze was lost, a ship adrift. Then there was Sarah, lurking in the shadows, an ethereal figure caught in the web of her own fears. She watched us, the embodiment of longing and regret, her heart a fragile bird fluttering against the cage of her own making. I had seen the light in her eyes dim, one flicker at a time, snuffed out by the relentless winds of doubt. I remember when laughter used to spill from her lips like sweet wine. Now, she clung to silence, burdened by the weight of her own myth, the one where she was the heroine of her own story, but now felt like a ghost. David, I called, my voice trembling, echoing into the void between us. He looked up, and I could see the war waging in his soul. What are we doing? The question hung in the air, thick with unspoken truths. It was the question that had haunted us both, the one we danced around like wary lovers. The myths we carried, the stories that shaped us, were the very chains binding us to this moment, a moment laden with regret, heartache, and the desperate hope that we could rewrite our narratives. He took a step forward, and I could see the storm break within him. I remember, he whispered, his voice barely a breath, the stories of heroes who faced their fears. But what if I'm not a hero? What if I'm just broken? Each word felt like a shard from a shattered mirror, reflecting our insecurities, our failures. The heroes in our grandmother's tales were flanked by valor, but we were not so lucky. We were marred with doubt and haunted by our own choices. In that moment, I felt a swell of anger not directed at him but at the myths that had betrayed us. The tales meant to inspire us instead laid bare our flaws, our inadequacies. I stepped closer, my pulse thrumming loudly. You are not broken, David, I insisted, the fire in my chest igniting. You're human. Just like the rest of us, woven with myths and memories. We're all just trying to make sense of it. And then there was Sarah, her breath hitching from the sidelines, shadows twisting around her as if to swallow her whole. I reached out to her, too. What are you afraid of? I dared to ask. Her silence screamed louder than any words could. You don't have to carry this alone, I urged, heart pounding as I felt the raw edges of her vulnerability. The night deepened, the weight of our fears pressing down like the thickest fog. I could feel the approaching confrontation in the air, the invisible threads of our emotions pulling taut. David's brows furrowed, the tension in his shoulders coiling as if he were a tightly wound spring ready to snap. And if I fail? What if I lose you both? His voice trembled, cracking like ice underfoot. Then we will fail together, I replied, swallowing hard around the lump in my throat. But we need to try. Myths aren't just stories, they're the echoes of our fears and desires. They remind us of what it means to feel, to bleed, to hope. They don't dictate who we are but illuminate the paths we tread. For a fleeting moment, the fog lifted, and I could see their faces reflected in the moonlight, raw, real, and achingly familiar. We were all wrapped in the same fabric of humanity, each of us fighting our own battles against the shadows that threatened to engulf us. I remembered the stories again, of gods and mortals, of light and darkness. Myths that didn't shy away from pain but wove it into the very tapestry of existence. David stepped back, the conflict raging behind his eyes, and for a heartbeat, I feared he might retreat into the shadows, into the abyss of myths unchallenged. But then, something flickered within him, a spark of resolve, perhaps. "Okay," he said, resolve hardening in his voice. "Okay, let's rewrite this story. Together." An unsteady breath escaped my lips. I turned to Sarah, who stood on the precipice of vulnerability, ready to leap into the unknown. "We can't wait for the perfect moment," I urged. "Let's grab the reins of our own narrative. Let's weave our own myths, ones that hold truths we can believe in." The shadows lingered, but they no longer felt threatening. They became companions in our journey, witnesses to our unfolding tales. I felt David's hand brush against mine, the warmth igniting a new sense of hope. Sarah moved closer, her hesitant smile breaking through the darkness like dawn piercing the night. In that fragile moment, surrounded by the remnants of our fears, I understood, myths were not the chains that bound us but the wings that could carry us through the night. They were stories waiting to be told, emotions ready to erupt. And as we stood together, two souls yearning to break free, I realized the myths we inherited were merely the beginning. We were not just characters in a story, we were the authors, pen poised to script our destinies. As the clock tower chimed again, marking the passage of time, I felt the universe shift, the cosmos aligning with our resolve. The night was dark, but together we would light it up. The myths of old would give way to the myths of us, messy, flawed, and undeniably beautiful. The night was a canvas, painted in shades of desperation and longing. Shadows danced, flickering like memories just out of reach. I was there, in the heart of it, the air thick with tension, as if the universe held its breath in anticipation. Daphne stood at the edge of the forest, her heart pounding like war drums, a wild creature ready to flee. Apollo, the sun god, radiant and relentless, closed the distance, his golden hair catching the last light of day, but it wasn't the light that made him divine, it was the hunger in his eyes, the insatiable thirst for her. I remember the chill in the air, a prelude to something sinister. I remember the way Daphne's chest rose and fell, each breath laden with fear, hope, and something unnameable. She was not just a nymph, she was a spirit untamed, a vessel of wildness that thrived in the shadows of the trees, yet here he was, coaxing her into the light. "Why do you run?" he called, his voice a silken thread weaving through the dark. "I am not your enemy." But he was. I could see it, the way he moved, graceful, powerful, as if the ground beneath him surrendered, while she stood trembling, willing the earth to swallow her whole. Here in this moment, she was both delicate and fierce, a storm brewing inside a porcelain shell. The forest watched, ancient and wise, holding its breath, waiting for the storm to break. I remember the silence that followed, a heartbeat stretching into eternity. Daphne's heart, frantic yet resolute, whispered a prayer to the trees. "Help me." The bark of the oaks trembled, the leaves rustled in reply, and the air thickened with possibility. A choice loomed before her, a choice that flickered like a dying flame. I felt it, the weight of her decision hung heavy like the tainted sky before a storm. Apollo's face twisted in frustration, his beauty marred by desperation. "Do not defy me, Daphne," he said, an edge of darkness creeping into his voice. "I can offer you a life of splendor. I am a god. I can make you immortal." But immortality was a shadow, a ghost that haunted the living. She wanted freedom, not chains of gold. The very essence of her being screamed against the chains he offered. I could almost hear her thoughts, raging against the oppressive weight of his affection. "You see me, yet you do not understand," she might have shouted, had she the breath to do so. "I am not a possession to be coveted." And then it happened, the world spun, and time fractured around them. I watched as she turned, the moment hanging in the balance, a taut string ready to snap. The forest shifted, shadows swallowing her whole, cloaking her in an embrace that felt both warm and chilling. "Run," the whisper of the leaves seemed to say, urging her forth. The ground quaked beneath the weight of their desires. With a burst of sheer instinct, she fled. I felt it, the raw, primal surge of her legs propelling her into the depths of the trees, away from the sun that burned with insatiable desire. The night engulfed her, a blanket of safety adorned with stars that twinkled like distant hopes. Apollo's call echoed behind her, a mix of fury and sorrow. You cannot escape your fate. But fate was a fickle mistress, and Daphne was a tempest. As I drifted in that moment, suspended between their worlds, I felt the pulse of their conflict, his pursuit like wildfire, her flight like the wind. Each moment crackled with intensity, the air thick with unsaid words and unfulfilled promises. It was a game of cat and mouse, yet so much more, a tragic ballet of desire and instinct. I remember the taste of fear, I thought, mirroring her panic as the darkness closed in. The trees loomed, ancient sentinels guarding their secrets, and the moon, a silent witness, cast a pale light that danced between them. It was as if the cosmos itself held its breath, entranced by the clash of their wills. Daphne stumbled, her foot catching on a root, the earth seeming to reach out to her. It was both a warning and a refuge, a sanctuary that understood her plight. The trees whispered, "Let us hide you. Let us make you one of us." A flicker of hope ignited within her, intertwining with the fear that threatened to consume her. "Do you think I want this?" she might have cried to the winds, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the truth of her heart, the tapestry of pain and longing woven into her very soul. She was not merely a figure in a myth, she was every woman who ever felt trapped by the weight of expectation, the suffocating grasp of desire that was not her own. And Apollo, in his desperation, did not see. He was a man blinded by his own brilliance, seeking to possess a flame that would burn him to ash. "You belong with me," he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the night like thunder, shaking the very leaves from their branches. But it was not a command, it was a plea, a desperate longing for connection that twisted the beauty of his godhood into something grotesque. I felt the thread of their connection unravel, each strand snapping under the weight of their emotional storm. She was not just running from him, she was running toward herself, toward freedom, toward the wildness that had been her birthright. The shadows of the trees cradled her, their ancient limbs offering solace as she sought liberation from a love that threatened to ensnare her. And then, in that heartbeat of chaos, something shifted. The air crackled with tension, electric and raw. "I will not be yours," she screamed, defiance surging through her veins like wildfire. It was both a rejection and a proclamation, a moment of clarity that echoed through the forest, a ripple in the fabric of destiny. I could feel the weight of her resolve, the strength that came from knowing oneself amidst the cacophony of longing, despair, and hope. The world was hollow with anticipation, waiting for what would come next, and her heart thundered in its own rhythm, a wild song of freedom that rang through the night. And just like that, in an instant, she transformed. The wind caught her words, weaving them into the very essence of the forest, and I could see the light in her eyes flicker like a dying star. But there was something more, a shift, a merging of myth and reality. The trees responded, their roots entwining with her spirit, and she became something greater than herself. I remember the moment Apollo realized he was losing her. His golden light dimmed into a shadow, and the night swallowed his cries. The forest was a sanctuary now, an eternal embrace that promised not just protection, but rebirth. The dance of their conflict thrummed through the night, a haunting symphony that would never quite end, lingering like the scent of rain on dry earth. In that moment, I understood. This was not merely a tale of pursuit and escape, it was a reflection of every battle fought within the soul. Daphne became a symbol of defiance against the gods that sought to bind us, a testament to the wild freedom that lives in every heart. And though Apollo's lament echoed through the trees, it was a song that would never settle, hanging in the air like smoke, a reminder that love is often a tempest, beautiful, terrifying, and heartbreakingly tragic. As the night deepened, I found myself lost in the shadows, in the echoes of their struggle, a story that would ripple through time, endlessly intertwining art and myth, love and loss, longing and liberation. And I knew, just like the forest, I would never forget. The clock ticks, slow, agonizing, each second stretching into eternity. It's the kind of silence that wraps around you like a suffocating fog, where even the air feels heavy, weighted with the unsaid. I hear my heart pounding, as if trying to escape the confines of my chest. I close my eyes, but the world presses against my eyelids, begging to be seen. I remember her voice cutting through the thick air, sharp as glass. "Are you listening to me?" Her words hang between us, electric and sizzling, a taut wire ready to snap. Clara stands there, fierce and unyielding, her gaze piercing like ice. She's beautiful, but it's a beauty laced with sorrow, a phantom of what could have been. Her hair falls around her shoulders like a dark waterfall, the kind that conceals depths unknown. I want to reach out and brush it back, but fear holds my hand in place, clenched tight. "Are you?" she presses, desperation creeping into her voice, a raw edge that resonates deep within me. I can't meet her eyes. Instead, I focus on the shadows dancing in the corners of the room, flickering in the fading light. They whisper secrets, secrets that could shatter us both. I remember when we were happy. I finally respond, my own voice trembling, a fragile echo of the love we once shared. It feels like shattering glass, both beautiful and horrifying. Clara turns away, her expression a mix of pain and confusion. She's battling ghosts just like me, demons of our past, our choices, our mistakes. In the dimness, I can almost see Ethan lurking, a shadow on the fringes of our memories. He was the one who drew Clara into that world, a world of reckless passion and whispered promises. I remember the way he smiled, as if he held the universe in his hands. The very same smile that would soon become a dagger buried deep in my heart. I can't dismiss him, he's a part of her, a part of us. And oh, how I loathe him. Clara's voice breaks through my reverie, cutting like a knife through the fog. "You can't just pretend it didn't happen, that I didn't," she falters, the weight of her confession looming like a specter between us. "That I didn't love him." Her words strike hard, like a thunderclap in a silent night. I remember the way we laughed, the way we danced under the stars, oblivious to the world. But it's all stained now, tainted by betrayal and unfulfilled dreams. Love isn't a switch, Clara. You can't just turn it off. The words slip out raw and unfiltered, a bitter confession. A truth that feels more like a curse. I want to scream, to shake her until the memories fall away like autumn leaves. Why can't she see? Why can't she feel the weight of what hangs between us? I know that, she snaps back, her voice a tempest, swirling around us. But what do you expect me to do? Live in your shadow? Forever haunted by what could have been. Outside, the city pulses with life, unaware of the chaos spiraling within our hearts. The sound of laughter, the hum of conversation, the distant wail of sirens, all mocking the stillness entwined around us. I want to scream at them, to shake them awake, to let them know that relationships often wear masks, hiding the darkest truths beneath. But they wouldn't understand. Ethan wasn't just a mistake, she murmurs, and I can see the ghost swirling in her eyes, the memories that bind her to him. He was everything. And nothing. A knife twists in my gut, the pain palpable, visceral. I remember my own mistakes, the fleeting moments of weakness, the nights spent in search of solace but only finding despair. Her betrayal mirrors my own insecurities, and it terrifies me. It's like staring into a mirror that reflects not just what is, but what could be, the haunting specter of love lost, of trust shattered. Why do I have to be the one to forgive? I whisper, my voice barely audible, thin as gossamer. Why do you get to walk away clean? Clara's face falls, and for a moment, I see her, the real her, stripped of the bravado, exposed and vulnerable. I don't want to walk away, she breathes, a tremor in her voice. I want us to find a way back to each other, if we can. But her words cling to the air, heavy with uncertainty. Can we? A question that looms like a specter, a ghost that refuses to be laid to rest. The fear grips me, wraps around my heart in a vice. I can feel the clock ticking louder, each second amplifying the tension, the doubts. The room seems to shrink, the walls closing in, and I can't escape the reality of our fractured relationship. The shadows sway, whispering the names of choices we made, decisions that echo through time like a haunting melody. Each note sharp, each lyric a reminder of the love we lost. I can't do this alone, Clara says, her voice cracking like thin ice. You have to meet me halfway. I want to scream that I can't. that I'm terrified, that every step feels like walking a tightrope over an abyss of loss. But I remember the laughter, the moments of joy that felt like sunlight breaking through the clouds. I hesitate, teetering on the edge, grappling with the pull of what was against the weight of what is. I remember, I whisper again, drawing her closer, how you made me feel, like the universe wasn't just a void. You were my light, my gravity. In the silence that follows, I see the flicker of hope in her eyes. It's fragile, like a flame battling against the wind, but it's there. I can feel the tension shifting, the air crackling with a newfound intensity. What if we can piece this fractured love back together? What if we can rise from the ashes of our failures, like a phoenix renewed? But then, just as quickly, the shadows creep back in, wrapping around us, reminding us of the darkness that lies ahead. I can't shake the feeling that we're standing at a precipice, one misstep away from falling into the abyss. The clock ticks on, relentless, the seconds counting down the moments until we must decide, do we leap together or fall apart? And as I look into her eyes, I realize that the journey is far from over. It stretches into the unknown, a path winding through the chaos of our intertwined lives. The impact of our story ripples across the fabric of modern relationships, a testament to the beauty and horror of love. I grasp her hand, anchoring us in this turbulent moment, knowing that whatever happens next will shape us forever. The clock ticks, slicing through the silence like a knife. Each second reverberates in the empty hall, a reminder of what was lost, the echo of footsteps that never returned. I stand at the window, rain blurring the world outside, a storm raging, but it's nothing compared to the tempest in my heart. I remember the moment everything changed, the moment I saw her face illuminated by the flickering candlelight, shadows dancing on her skin like whispers of unattainable love. She was everything I couldn't have, a haunting melody I couldn't grasp. I remember the way her laughter filled the air, a siren's call that pulled me closer, even as the chasm between us widened. Clara was the brightest star in a sky that had grown dark for me. Every glance, every fleeting touch sent shudders down my spine. But the warmth of her gaze felt like ice, freezing the hope in my chest. I was supposed to be happy for her, to smile at her union with another. But instead, I stood there, a ghost haunting the edges of her joy, my heart thrumming like a warning drum. A love so profound it felt like drowning, yet I fought against the undertow. Across the room, David sat with his arm casually draped around Clara's shoulders, their laughter merging into a symphony of youthful bliss. He was everything I wasn't, confident, charming, the type of person who could spin tales and weave dreams. I was a shadow, a mere echo in the background. Yet, it was not envy that consumed me but an aching recognition of my own inadequacy. I was the abandoned doll in a child's playroom, discarded when the shine wore off. I feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating. The world outside reflects my turmoil, branches swaying violently, rain slashing like blades against the window. I'm trapped in this moment, a prisoner of my feelings, and the walls close in around me. I want to scream, to break the silence of this gathering, but the truth claws at my throat. I am not the hero of this story. I am the tragic figure, doomed to watch as the love I crave dances just out of reach. Why do you look so pained? Clara asks, her voice like a soft breeze, unaware of the storm raging within me. I can't meet her gaze. I remember the way she would brush her hair behind her ear, a simple gesture that ignited a volcano of emotions within me. The warmth of her breath, the way her smile lit up the room, these memories chain me to a past that feels more like a dream than reality. I'm fine, I mutter, a lie dripping from my lips like poison. And yet, my heart betrays me every time I see her with him. The laughter, the shared glances, each one is a dagger, twisting deeper into my chest. I want to tell her. I want to scream, I love you. I love you, but the words die in my throat, strangled by self-doubt. What if she looks at me the way I look at shadows, briefly, then forgets? It's not just the fear of rejection, it's the fear of shattering this fragile connection we share. A memory flickers, a summer day, the sun a burning halo above us. We lay on the grass, our laughter echoing through the empty fields. What would you do if you could have anything? Clara had asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I wanted to tell her that I'd wish for her, that my heart would leap with joy at the thought of her name. Instead, I whispered, I'd wish for the stars, and watched as she turned her gaze to the sky, never realizing my wish was already a dying ember. David's voice drifts to me, soothing and sweet. He talks about adventures, future plans, a life I can only dream of. Each word is a reminder of my limitations, a list of everything I could never be. I feel suffocated by his ease, the way he takes her hand without a second thought, the simplicity of their happiness stark against the chaos swirling in my heart. I remember the way she looked at him, the way I wanted her to look at me. It's suffocating. As the night unfolds, the tension rises, a thick fog wrapping around us all, smothering. I watch as Clara leans into David, laughter spilling from her lips like music, and I am the note that's gone flat. I can't breathe. I want to step forward, to shout, to tear down the walls of this twisted reality. But I stay rooted, a silent witness, longing to reach out, to bridge the gap, yet knowing I'd only sink deeper into despair. And then it happens, a sudden crack of thunder, a flash of lightning illuminating the dark. It's as if the universe itself has aligned to mirror my turmoil. Clara gasps, her eyes wide and searching, and I see the flicker of fear in them. For a moment, I think maybe she'll see me, see the truth that burns behind my gaze. But then it's gone, washed away by the storm outside. Just like that, the moment passes. I remember how easy it was to pretend, how I wore my smile like a mask. But behind it lay a storm, a tempest of emotions threatening to consume me whole. I could drown in this longing, a silent scream echoing in my chest. The clock ticks louder now, a countdown to something inevitable, something I cannot escape. And as the night crawls on, the shadows lengthen, stretching out like memories, fading but never disappearing. I am left clinging to the fragments of my heart, knowing all too well that the legacy of unattainable love is written in blood and tears. A story that never finds closure, but lingers, haunting the edges of our lives like ghosts that won't let go. I look out into the storm, each raindrop a reminder of unfulfilled dreams, of love that remains just out of reach, swirling around me in a cyclone of despair. The clock ticks, and I am lost in the echoes of a love unclaimed, a heart forever aching for what it cannot have, forever wrapped in shadows, waiting for dawn that may never come. The wind howled through the skeletal trees, twisted branches clawing at the darkened sky like the fingers of the damned. The air was thick with tension, heavy as the storm clouds gathering, pregnant with a violence that felt almost sentient. I stood frozen, heart racing, a cold sweat clinging to my skin, as the whispers of the forest wrapped around me. They were calling, chanting ancient words in a forgotten tongue, secrets hidden in the rustling leaves, promises of revelation mingled with dread. I remember the moment I saw her, the wild eyes of Ilara, fierce and unrelenting, illuminated by the flickering light of the dying sun. She stood at the edge of the clearing, a lone figure shrouded in shadows, her voice a tempest. "They are coming," she said, her breath misting in the chill. "The Watchers. They'll tear this place apart if we don't act." I felt the weight of her urgency, a pulse matching my own, but I also felt the churning of doubt. Ilara wasn't just a friend, she was my anchor, and I had watched her slip further into the abyss of her obsessions. The forest had become her lover, her confidant, and I feared what it had taken from her. "This isn't just nature, Ilara." "It's madness," I replied, voice trembling, struggling against the grip of her fervor. And then there was Braden, lurking at the fringes of the light, his hands trembling, eyes haunted. He had always been the pragmatist, the one who brought a flicker of reason to our chaotic world. "We can't keep running from what we are," he whispered, his voice tight with suppressed anger. "You think we can just walk away from the myths, the stories that shape us? They're not just tales, they are threads woven into our very being." A thunderclap echoed, shattering the silence that had dared to settle, and my heart leapt. Memories surged, Braden's laughter, the way it danced in the air like fireflies, illuminating the darkness of our shared past. But now, that laughter lay shattered like glass, and the weight of his desperation bore down on us. I watched as he took a step forward, the ground trembling beneath him, as if it too was caught in the throes of the ancient clash between nature and myth. Ilara's voice, raw and unyielding, sliced through the tension. It's us or them, she declared. We have to summon the spirits of this land, channel what they've left behind, before the Watchers feast on our fear. The fervor in her gaze ignited a spark of rebellion within me. Could I summon that power? Could I stand against the darkness that loomed? I remember the stories told around the flickering fires, tales of ancient spirits who roamed the woods, guardians of the balance between life and death, light and shadow. They whispered to those who dared to listen, guiding the lost souls home. But would they hear three flawed mortals, trapped in their web of confusion and fear? Braden's voice trembled, breaking through my thoughts. Ilara, this isn't a game. You think the spirits will heed your call? They've abandoned us, we're just echoes now. His despair seeped into me, twisting my heart like a knife. The shadows danced around us, mocking our plight, but they also beckoned, coiling their fingers around our desires and fears with equal measure. Then let's become the myths ourselves, I said, feeling the desperate rhythm of hope surge within me. Let's confront them head-on, strip away the veil of fear. The words poured from me, a fervent prayer to the gods of old, a plea to be reborn in the fires of our own creation. But as I spoke, I saw the uncertainty flicker in Braden's gaze, the doubt that threatened to swallow him whole. The storm raged above us, and I felt the earth tremble beneath my feet, the heartbeat of the world echoing through the ground, resonating in my bones. Trees twisted and writhed, shadows writhed like serpents, and I felt the weight of countless eyes upon us, the Watchers, the spirits, the dreams and nightmares that interlaced with reality. Are you ready to face what you've become? Ilara asked, her voice a whisper, laced with something that felt like both fear and exhilaration. I nodded, the emotion swelling within me, raw and pulsing like a living thing. My heart thudded, an echo of the universe's own rhythm, stretching time until it felt as if we were standing on the precipice of infinity. And then it happened, the moment where everything converged, where nature and myth collided in a cacophonous display of fury. The wind roared like a beast unleashed, the trees bending and snapping under its rage, and I could feel the spirits rising, churning in the air around us, drawn by our desperation, our determination. I remember the dread coiling in my stomach, the taste of ancient earth on my tongue, and the echo of every heartbeat as we stood there, trembling before the abyss. I had never felt so alive, so terrified, so utterly entwined with the world around me. As the storm unleashed its wrath, I knew we were no longer just children of flesh and blood, we were part of something larger, something eternal, teetering on the edge of creation and destruction. We were ready, or as ready as one could be when facing the very essence of existence, where nature merged with myth, where every breath was laced with the weight of our choices. And as the skies darkened, the air charged with electricity, I felt the pull of the unknown dragging us all into the depths of our own souls, where the past, present, and future collided in a symphony of chaos. It was all coming to a head, and the only certainty was the uncertainty that loomed before us, a specter of what was to come. The moment was alive, pulsing with the rhythm of existence itself, and in that heartbeat, I knew this was only the beginning. The sun was a cruel master, hanging low in the sky, casting long shadows that twisted like wailing spirits through the grove. Daphne's heart raced, a frantic drumbeat echoing the pulse of the earth beneath her bare feet. She could hear him, his voice a silken lure, calling her name with a sweetness that both thrilled and terrified her. Daphne, he sang, every syllable dripping with honeyed promise, yet beneath it lay a tempest she couldn't ignore. The trees whispered secrets, leaves trembling in the hot breeze, warning her of the storm still brewing in Apollo's eyes, those brilliant, blazing eyes that had made the sun seem dim by comparison. She felt small, fragile as a dew-kissed petal, caught in the fierce winds of his desire. It was a wild, beautiful thing, this longing he harbored for her, yet it felt like a noose tightening around her throat. I remember the first time you spoke to me, she whispered to the shadows, though the words were for him alone. Your laughter danced through the air, intoxicating and free. Memories surged like tidal waves, those long afternoons spent enveloped in the warmth of sunlight, where fleeting touches ignited wildfires in her chest, yet she stood still, rooted to the ground, frightened of the flames. Apollo stepped closer, the air crackling with his presence, an ethereal glow surrounding him like a halo, yet it felt more like a prison. Don't you want to be with me? His voice was a silken thread, weaving temptation through her thoughts, but she felt the weight of her truth crushing her. "You are a god, and I am nothing," she said, her voice quaking, "a mere mortal lost in the shadows of your light." Every heartbeat echoed in the silence that followed, a cacophony of despair. She could see the hurt flicker in his eyes, a stormy sky just beneath the surface. He was used to adoration, the whispers of desire that followed him like a loyal shadow, yet here she was, standing defiant, trembling but unyielding. "Daphne," he pleaded, stepping even closer, as if the very earth would yield him to her, but she was slipping through his fingers like sand. "You don't understand. I would give everything for you." His hands reached for her, but she recoiled, the space between them filled with a silence thick enough to choke on, a chasm of unspoken truths. "I can't be what you want," she gasped, the words tearing from her throat like a wounded animal. "I can't be your muse, your dream." And there it was, the truth that tore through her like an arrow, an unquenchable fear of losing herself, of becoming mere dust in the radiance of his glory. His expression morphed from desperation to fury, a storm brewing in the depths of his soul. "You think I want you to be a shadow of yourself?" He laughed, but the sound was jagged, raw. "You are everything. My sun, my moon, my very breath." The intensity of his gaze burned through her, and for a moment, the world around them faded into an echo of leaves and whispers. She felt herself torn, caught between the magnetic pull of his longing and the suffocating weight of her own fear, a haunting melody that played in her mind. "But to love you, Apollo, it would destroy me," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. He took a step back, as if her admission had struck him like a dagger, slicing through the very fabric of his being. "So, this is how it ends." The anguish in his voice clawed at her heart, but she remained resolute, her breath hitching as she fought the tide of emotion threatening to overwhelm her. A cool breeze swept through the grove, rustling the leaves in a symphony that played to the rhythm of their heartache. Shadows danced around them, flickering like spirits in torment, mirroring the tempest within. It was as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for an answer that neither dared to give. "I wish," Daphne began, but the words evaporated like mist in the morning sun. She wished for a different truth, for a world where love could bloom without chains. "I wish I could be yours," she finally said, her voice a fragile thread, "but not like this." "I will not let you go," he said, voice low, fierce, and raw, an oath wrapped in desperation. The intensity in his gaze was a storm, a wildfire, and she felt herself teetering on the edge, her heart a fragile thing caught in the maelstrom of his desire. Yet, the truth remained a bitter pill lodged in her throat. "I am not a trophy to be won," she breathed, as if delivering the final blow to a lover who could not bear to let go. "And I cannot bear the weight of your love if it means losing myself." In that moment, the sky darkened, an omen of the turmoil that churned within. Daphne could feel the very earth beneath her tremble, the weight of fate pressing heavily on her chest. It was a moment suspended in time, the air thick with sorrow, regret, and the irrevocable truth of their love, beautiful, tragic, and forever unfulfilled. And then, as if answering a silent prayer, she turned and ran, her feet pounding against the earth, each step a painful reminder of what could never be. Behind her, Apollo's voice echoed, a haunting melody that would forever linger in the shadows of her heart. "Daphne!" The name fell from his lips like a spell, but she was already drowning in the depths of her own choices, the echoes of their love haunting her like specters in the twilight. Yet in the distance, the stars began to flicker to life, a reminder of the cosmos above, vast and ungraspable, holding the secrets of their hearts. And though Daphne fled, she could feel his gaze burning into her, a flicker of hope amidst the despair, a connection that could never truly break, a bond forged in the fires of unrequited love, forever lingering in the echoes of the night.